非常难得来到了1年1度的南岛语言复振论坛，我相信。
It's such a great opportunity for us to meet here, and I can see your excitement here. We're looking forward to our exchanges today for languages revitalization. I would like to invite and welcome everyone to be seated, and please follow the instructions of the staff and be seated. Thank you very much.
大家来做来不是生安，为了家今天来做家哥哥。
欢迎各位长官、各位贵宾莅临2024年南岛语言复振论坛。那么，请我们的工作人员来协助引导我们的贵宾入席。那么，在会议开始之前呢，有几点事项要跟各位来说明报告，也请。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2024 Austronesian Languages Revitalization Forum. We have a few housekeeping items to announce.
首先呢，请各位来宾。
So first of all, please wear your badge at all times, so we can know who you are and identify who you are. And also, may we remind you to turn your cell phone or smartphone into vibration or silent mode. For our forum today, we have simultaneous interpretation services. We have different channels for different languages. So please refer to the guide and switch to the channel that you wish to listen to the language in.
Kamilaj, ai choa apin vuchang chen tai choa atuli vuchan na si chua kuyako, ai choa sangasan avan choa chini kukuan, ai choa amasambusan a inamilikan, ai choa amasan chilo avan choa na buno nga choa ai, amasan sepach ni micha spaiwan ai choa ai, amasan unam na choa setaya ai choa ai choa masa unama ai nama amizuko, amasan picho na choa sesede ai choa ai.
那么，如果耳机的设定有任何的问题，都可以跟我们。
Should you require any assistance, please talk to our staff members and they will assist you.
那我们稍后呢，等会就会开始我们今天论坛的开幕式。
We will begin shortly, and please wait a moment. And please, maybe if possible, you can come to the front. There are still seats available, so we can allow some seats in the back for people who are joining us a little later. Thank you.
好，这时候大家都有口译机哈，把那再来重新来跟大家分享我们口译机的频道。首先呢，频道1是华语，
So for our channel list, we have channel 1 for Chinese, channel 2 English, channel 3 Bunong, channel 4 Taiwan, channel 4 Dayang, and channel 6 Amis, and channel 7 for Sidik. If you need any assistance for the use of the simultaneous translation receiver, please ask our staff members for assistance. Thank you.
你单来抓是主要国家国独立发展，你可以拿证件来跟报道组来兑换一下那个我们的口译机。
好，那我们参与的民
If you need the interpretation device, would you please bring your ID to our registration desk so you can have the interpretation device? Thank you.
“今天这场合真的非常的难得，我们有来自全国各地，甚至有我们的外宾。
It is such a rare and pleasant occasion for us to gather together for friends from at home and abroad to be here. And I look forward to our exchanges today. And I also wish this forum a great success. So please, maybe if possible, come forward for the seats. Thank you.
好，在今天的活动呢，除了我们现场的实体会议之外呢，我们有提供我们的线。
In addition to our live on-site event, we also offer simultaneous interpretation and also live streaming onto different platforms. So feel free to share the link to the live stream to your friends who may not be able to come here in person. So you can share with them and they can also enjoy the experience. And should you require any assistance and also the interpretation device, please ask our staff for assistance.
“2024查利亚马欧劳劳打这个烂南岛嘎草草。”
2024 Austronesian Languages Revitalization Forum begins now. A round of applause for everyone. Thank you.
Manalafang pagifai atau salika kama belum ngaiho cipanai keliokaku. Dapat libaha ku follow so atai ni amasa suara kita. 各位长官、各位贵宾，还有来自
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and promoters of the languages, also everyone who is watching online, good morning. Hi everyone, and I will use Amis. My name is Panay Galil. I'm from the Amis tribe. Welcome everyone.
Dengan malvacen tu mazacen na makapopo azmurong tay cuaca ai dan tismasanga yang ilengit menjama.
今天的论坛司仪呢，是我们活动的一大亮点。因为呢，除了会进行双语的主持之外呢，今年园游会呢首次举办的族语司仪人才培力计划。
So our MC today, or MCs today, would be one of the highlights for today because we have me, Panay Galil, and one of our trainees, Smasyang from Taiwan tribe, and also Smajiang from the Bunong tribe, who will be being the announcer for today, and they're promoting their languages as well.
Di na ito yun yu hui tu makatiaman na ituro tayo ipakayaw ay ito chimautsyo tayo ni ay pinaiwanan malabanalas masalo.
原住民族委员会呢，在2019年呢就开始举办了南岛语言复振国际论坛。
The CIP, the Council of Indigenous Peoples, starting from 2019, started this Austronesian Language Forum. Since then, we have been inviting scholars and researchers to discuss and also exchange their views and policies for language revitalization.
yang 地区的爱做加巴来来干，爱做加马萨桑吉兰，爱做卢盖盖啊，布法隆在做啊信息讲对见。
在今年呢，2024年呢，我们
This year in 2024, we are creating this environment that is friendly. We call this an indigenous language friendly environment, and we have invited researchers from the Marshall Islands, Canada, and New Zealand. So today we are using this and serving this platform for everyone for a friendly exchange.
做啊，pasal sejarah, tapi做cak ayah, tapi做kena puan. Dan izoi做cak kena jinau ya akumi masih Canada, New Zealand, masalah 群岛，ai做啊那布法隆ai pikaian atau temuru apa sejarah Cina mapulat.
今年的论坛呢，我们特别开放民众报名，那么大。
We have opened up sign-ups for anyone who wish to join us, and we have a great turnout and great sign-up number. So you can see people are really caring and also paying attention to this issue.
那么在今年呢，非常开心，移师到高雄诚毅酒店来举办这次的论坛，要跟国内外的专家学者、语言。
Here we are gathered together in this hotel, great venue. We're excited and looking forward to the exchanges from internationally and also locally.
就是这个带做cak puan.
那么在这次的论坛呢，我们也同步的在原语会的 YouTube 进行多语的直播。
We're doing this live stream on our own official website and also the CIP's official website. So please feel free to share the link of the live stream to your friends and family so they can join us online as well.
那么在今天的论坛还有另外一个亮点，就是我们在活动现场设置了3个展区，要跟大家分享。
In addition to the forum, we also have 3 exhibition areas for different display. And the first area is by ILRDF to showcase their Facebook, Instagram, and social media, and also including podcast for section 1. And section 2 is for the sustainability of the indigenous language area. And section number 3 would be a digital environment for indigenous languages learning. We have online platforms and environments digitally to allow people to join us to learn their indigenous languages.
是把两个做比如生生呢，嘛就一做做嘛家电脑，一做做啊里面就带做啊比如生生呢，嘛就嘛的家一发的，嘛的家一做了那做比如生生呢，嘛就把两个。
相信今天的论坛大家一定都会非常的满意，然后也会。
I'm confident you'll be happy with what you get out of this forum today. So, to kick off our forum, we would like to welcome the opening performance brought to you by kindergarten attached to Xinzhong Elementary School, Taoyuan District, Kaohsiung City.
新中国小附设幼儿园呢，是位在高雄市桃园。
This kindergarten is located here in Kaohsiung, and there are 2 main tribes, Bunong tribes and Lalua tribes, for this immersive kindergarten, and they are immersive for their learning, teaching, singing, and storytelling in their everyday kindergarten life, to immerse themselves in this indigenous language environment so as to enhance their listening and speaking skills.
今天呢，他们要带来2首非常好听的啦。
They're bringing to us 2 Lalua songs, number 1 meaning rainbow and the second one meaning my hometown. Let's put our hands together to welcome Xinzhong Kindergarten.
Isa kuya, tanang anak
非常
Thank you, the Xinzhong Kindergarten, for bringing such a good performance. 2 songs, Rainbow and My Hometown. So I believe the songs may sound very familiar to you, and through their performances, you can see how the seeds of our indigenous languages has already been planted on our young generation. So a round of applause again for them. Austronesian languages include areas of Taiwan and Australia and some Pacific islands. So it includes a lot of languages. However, due to globalization and the infusion of culture, a lot of indigenous languages has been extinguished or endangered. So this forum aims to pay more attention to the revitalization of indigenous languages, and we also invite global experts to share their successful policies and measures.
那么这次论坛
And the goal of this forum is for the exchange of talent and for the public and the private sectors to work together to build this platform that can be sustainable so that we can continue to revitalize indigenous languages in the future.
谢谢，我了解了马萨啊马萨是交流马达多多罗多代那就是慕容爱所在。
所以这个时候呢
So now I'm going to ask you to pay attention to the screen in front of you. We're going to take a view of the Austronesian Forum themed video together.
Resigning to highlight the GCTF partnership and to join you in honoring Taiwan's contributions to the world.
I'm pleased to see many tribes starting teaching the children in their own language here in Taiwan. I hope we can start teaching proper Nuren to our children. This will only help to strengthen our identity and our deep understanding of English and our work.
为什么台湾的差异最大？菲律宾、印尼、马来西亚，不管哪个地方，没有地方的语言差异度像台湾那么大。
Language maintenance, participating in reconciliation. I feel very strongly that educating a broad Canadian public about the value of Indigenous languages is very important to have allies in the non-Indigenous community to support the revitalization efforts.
回顾过去。
Looking back to the past and then looking into the future. So we have seen a lot of efforts made by individuals and also different organizations. So again, a round of applause to ourselves and to them for their efforts and devotions. Today we have a lot of distinguished guests to come to the event. And I'm going to introduce you one by one. First, our organizer, the Indigenous Language Research and Development Foundation, the chairman, Mayao Gumud. Also from IORDF, CEO Loking, welcome. And then we have our Guidance Foundation, Council of Indigenous People, the Vice Committee Member, Gadu. Education and Culture Division, Division Chief Chen, also from Council of Indigenous Peoples. And the Vice Division, Chiu, also from CIP. And then we have legislators, Zheng Jingfeng, she's from the Assistance Office of the Legislator, and also Director Tang Hui Mei. And now I'm going to introduce our foreign guests. First, the ambassador from the Embassy of the Republic of Marshall Islands, Katil. And from the Embassy of Tuvalu, O'Brien, Dr. David Wu, the Ambassador at Large of ROC, the CEO, Dr. Charlotte, from the New Zealand Maori Trust. And next we have Chairperson Tamara Hall from the Opepe Farm Trust. Also from Indigenous Languages R&D Foundation, member of the board, member Yu Defang. The council member from Kaohsiung City Council, Gao Zhongde. Also, council member Fan Zhiqing from Kaohsiung City Council. We also have Village Chief Ba Zhenyi from the Pingdong District Wutai Village. So we thank you all for your coming. And now I'm going to introduce Zhong Xinhua, Vice Director from the Council of Indigenous Peoples, to give the opening remarks.
我们主持人，Una malaca pinakala cakala masih najwa tu najwa nga masalu.
Dear moderator, all dear guests, good morning.
Ta tulu chen mal pasamara chen tua nimica aya pa atua acalisian aya sa na malvartala u varong sa images na mapulat.
I am from the Council of Indigenous People. So, all dear guests, I use my Paiwan language to greet all of you here. In the opening ceremony, we see the kindergarten from the Xinzhong Elementary School, and I'm really moved and really touched by their performances. I'm just in such a joy. I'm not sure if I'm older so that I have these emotions, because in the past few years, I see our indigenous children sing songs in their own languages. They have such a good confidence. So I actually see a lot of hope on them. If you're familiar with the Taiwanese policy, 2016, our former President Tsai Ing-wen have gave an official apologize to the indigenous people, and the Indigenous Languages Development Act was passed in 2017. So after the act was passed, we still encounter a lot of obstacles, but now we have the budget from the government. So as you can see from the videos, since 2019, Taiwan, Japan, and the USA started to hold the Austronesian Languages Revitalization Forum, first in Palau in 2019. And back then, we invited a lot of international scholars like Peter Billward, Bloster from the United States. They all came to the forum and then introduced us to their research and essays. And they had discussed with us the development of languages from different perspectives. Last year, in 2023, ILRDF also conducted a research on the promotion of indigenous languages after we have the Development Act. And we have invited academics and scholars from New Zealand and Canada. And this year, we continue to explore the concept of how to develop a indigenous language friendly environment so that indigenous languages can be used all the time. We all know that languages are important to culture and culture are important to ethnicity. So I'm really happy to see all dear friends and partners from countries in the Austronesian languages to come here to Taiwan to share with us how you promote indigenous languages in your own country. We also see a lot of teachers, promoters, experts in Taiwan to come here together to discuss this topic. So I think we're going to have a very fruitful discussion today, and I hope that our languages can continue to grow and to be passed on just as life continue to grow. And I also wish all of you good luck and good well-being. Thank you.
福与勉励。
Masalusian tayo sa palelengan natin sa ribata yagado.
在今天的论坛呢。
So for our forum, we have invited guests from New Zealand and also the Marshall Islands to be with us, and they will present their experience. So to allow the diverse experience of different languages to be heard, we would like to welcome Oscilla to talk to us from Tuvalu. We believe that we will be able to listen to a lot of beautiful languages, Austronesian languages. Let's enjoy it.
We say in Tuvalu, talofa.
Talofa.
Once again, talofa.
Talofa.
Excellencies, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, CIP, for the invitation to be part of this wonderful event. When the invitation came, I told our secretary, I will go to this Austronesia event. I have another engagement, but I chose this. That is how rooted I am in my culture, and that is how important language and my culture is. And that is how important family is to me. This is my second Austronesian Languages Revitalization Forum to attend, the first being in 2019 in Palau. At that forum, I was fascinated by Austronesia in every sense of the word, and I felt so proud to be part of it. And as I quickly browsed the internet last night for some inspiration for my speech today, thank you, Sayun, and your team for the luxury of time provided to me, by the way. I found this wonderful quote by this Trevor Noah that stayed with me, and it reads, "Language brings with it an identity and a culture, or at least a perception of it. A shared language says, we are the same. A language barrier says, we are different." And we, as Austronesia, we have established that we are indeed the same, because we share many commonalities in our languages, our cultures, and our values as families. That's why we are here, and that's why we will remain in this forum for many years to come. But when we're talking about a need to revive the language and culture of many peoples, that tells us that globalization and change have influenced us in ways that have caused our language and culture to diminish slowly. And because we value our language and our culture, we are making a stand. We are regrouping, and we are holding up our signposts to say, we need to intervene here. We cannot allow our precious languages and our cultures to go extinct. My mother tongue, the Tuvaluan language, is a Polynesian language, very close to that of the Samoan and Tokelauan languages, and a lot of other Polynesian languages as well. But I like to think they copied the Tuvaluan language. The Tuvaluan language itself reflects this shared Austronesian heritage, with many borrowed words from the languages across the Pacific and the English-speaking countries, such as the Tongan, Samoan, Maori, and Hawaii. These linguistic connections not only affirm the common ancestry and migratory paths of Austronesian peoples, but also show how centuries of inter-island contact shaped Tuvaluan culture and language. However, our language has felt the impact of global change. Change brings along new terminology that we do not have words for, and so we invent new words. These, of course, add to the many borrowed words which we use and which originate from countries all over the world. Documenting language is essential for cultural sustainability, especially for small islands like Tuvalu, where language preservation has faced significant challenges. Without systematic documentation, Tuvaluan has evolved organically, leading to the development of new vocabulary and slang, as I have mentioned. These words, while creatively adapting to modern life, sometimes shift away from traditional meanings and can dilute cultural depth over generations. This trend illustrates how language, without documentation, can lose core elements that connect people to their history and values. Documenting Tuvaluan is thus not only about preservation, but about sustaining the integrity of our heritage. It is a sad reality, but it is a reality that we have to adapt to. In 2025, Tuvalu will host the Austronesian Forum, creating a unique opportunity for Indigenous Taiwanese to experience firsthand the people, the language, and the way of life of their Austronesian relatives across the Pacific. This gathering will allow Indigenous Taiwanese representatives to immerse themselves in Tuvalu's culture, hear the Tuvaluan language in everyday use, and witness the traditional practices that reflect centuries-old Austronesian heritage. In revitalizing Tuvaluan, we honor not only the language of Tuvalu, but the broader Austronesian legacy. This heritage underscores the importance of joint efforts in preserving Austronesian languages and cultures as living symbols of our interconnected past. Through collaborative revitalization efforts, Taiwan and all the Austronesian family can strengthen these ancient bonds and celebrate their place in the rich tapestry of Austronesian history. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. 谢谢我们的欧什拉带领。
Thank you so much, Oshla, for your wonderful wishes and your remarks. Thank you so much. Coming up, we are inviting a representative from ILRDF. The chair from ILRDF, Maya Gumu, to say a few words to us. Let's welcome him. O Lord, our Father in heaven, and people and the spirits that we may or may not see, and anyone who has come here to join forces with us to revitalize the language and the cultures. My friends, our guests, we have come here, we welcome them. A heartfelt welcome to our friends from a lot of corners from the world. That is the Amis language that I used. I would like to include and welcome our Austronesian families to be here in Taiwan. You know, the elders from Amis said that if the water is clear, you will have fish. And if the ocean is clean, you will see diversity. You see the currents that we see on the tapestry on the screen. If we follow the currents, follow the waves, you see current in Maori is waka, and it's wa in the Marshall language. And if we follow that current to Tau, it's called Avavang. And in Amis, we say Tamina. The language is bearing the cultures. As we have the different currents and the waves, as long as they exist, our languages exist. Today, we're using this opportunity, and also as we have the Austronesian languages and the language family, we say Lakria in Amis. We are taking or passing on similar cultures. And as we see, we have some kids here. I'm using this tool to showcase our way of education for kids. So we have Bobok in Jian, and we have a ship that is parked there in Hualien and in many places in Taiwan. It's a collective symbol for our cultures. As long as you have the clean and the currents in the ocean, and we are passing on our language and family together. Welcome everyone once again. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair Mayagumu from the ILRDF.
在这里补充介绍，立法委员黄仁委员办公室的秘书。
Also, we know the secretary from legislator Yang Jiaqi from Huang Renwei office, Yang Jiaqi, is also here with us. Thank you very much and welcome. And before we begin our agenda, I would like to invite everyone for a group photo. So our photographers will be taking photos from the stage. So please get ready for our photos, and you may take off the mask for now for the photo. Thank you.
好，我们的小朋友要跟着我们一起来合影哦。好，然后小朋友看向前面的摄影师啊。等一下呢，我们会拍2张照片。第一张呢，当法奈说南岛语言，各位就比。
So we will have 2 photos. When I say Austronesian language, we'll have a thumbs up for the first photo, all right? So Austronesian languages, thumbs up. 3, 2, 1. All right, look at the center for the camera. And now for the second photo, we'll say languages revitalization. You will say, yes, go fighting in your language, all right? Languages revitalization. 3, 2, 1. Once again, a round of applause for everyone who is with us here, and also including the kindergarten kids who are also with us here. It's such a wonderful memory. And that concludes the opening ceremony. We are welcoming the first session for discussion today. So on page 5, please feel free to refer to the 5th page of your pamphlet. So we have the rules of procedure. So we will end the session around 11 a.m. and proceed to the second discussion forum. And then we will have lunch. We will begin the afternoon session at around 2 p.m. for section 3. For more discussions about New Zealand, and we will have a 30-minute tea time following that. And finally, we'll have a keynote report from the Marshall Islands. And we will conclude the whole session forum by around 4:20.
Masa ngelang ajen Cina makapupau tamu mai taitoa masa cilo masa sepaca taitoa caca kakepuan taitoa kapilares taitoa masa suju taitoa cai.
那么接下来呢，要来说明的是今天3个场次的专题讨论。
And now for the rules of procedure, each and every presenter will have 20 minutes. When it's 18 minutes, we will ring the bell once and also raise the board to remind you. And we will ring the bell twice when it's 20 minutes. And please stop your presentation then.
那么呢，每位语坛人有8分钟的时间。
For every discussant, you will have 8 minutes. We'll have a reminder at 6, and also a board to remind you that you have 2 minutes left. And we will ring the bell twice when it's 8 minutes sharp.
那么接下来最后一个环节就是意见交流及讨论的环节，每一位。
Followed by that, we will have the discussion and Q&A time. So everyone will have about 3 minutes. So when it's 2 minutes, we'll ring the bell once. When it's 3 minutes sharp, we will ring the bell twice. And please stop your speech at a time. So we will begin our first session today. That is Taiwan's indigenous language friendly environments and the policies and measures. We will welcome the Deputy Chief of the CIP. Let's welcome him as the moderator. And for the speakers, we will have Byung. The Deputy Director of Department of Education and Culture, CIP. And we have 2 panelists of Moligati from the Lisusu studio. And another panelist is Omi Wilang from the Dayang Language Revitalization and Promotion Organization. Let's welcome the moderator.
Okay, thank you to MCs. So we have a very tight schedule, so I'll just jump to the first keynote discussion. So first of all, it's very important for us to introduce to you the Taiwan's policies and Taiwan's measures for promoting indigenous language-friendly environments. And we are really happy to have the Deputy Director Chiu Buron from the Department of Education and Culture, Council of Indigenous Peoples. Mr. Chiu has been in the department for over 15 years. So he has worked all the scale up in this department. His profession lies in languages. So today I would like to invite him to talk about some of the policy and measures we have here in Taiwan regarding indigenous languages. And we also have Morikati. He is really something. So I looked him up last night. He actually won a grand prize for the studio Lisoso that he owned and operated. He is very successful in this studio, and he worked together with his wife to promote indigenous languages. So it tells us that individual work is not enough. You have to form a group, and it's better that you work with your wife. And it's also important that whenever he went back to the village, his tribe, he thinks that if the elderly, if the young people, and if the children are not speaking our own language, then not long after, like a few years, our language will disappear. So his studio is working with local government, and he also has a specialty in drawing, painting, and creating picture books. So we're going to listen to his speech. And we also have Omi Wilan, a priest. So in addition to his role as a priest, he has also been participating in a lot of indigenous peoples related work. And a few years ago, he has also been the first council member of the Justice and Transmission Council under the presidential office in Taiwan. He has also come back to school to continue learning, and he continues to promote indigenous languages through the education system. So he has his own idea about how we can promote languages. So let's just give a round of applause to our speaker and two panelists. Dear guests and all experts and promoters of indigenous peoples' languages, thank you. Good morning.
Hai ba quasi ho taisu mas mapisal mas itumak tu mas bunun tu dangyan tu iskutakudata. Na cesa yo.
Hello, everybody. And now I'm going to talk about some of the policies and measures conducted by the Council of Indigenous Peoples. First of all, our idea is that when we are trying to promote indigenous languages, it is very important to have a core idea. So first, what is our objective? So mainly, it is to provide more occasions and opportunities for the use of indigenous languages and to build an environment for such languages. For Taiwan to promote indigenous languages, it is very difficult because we have 16 different tribes and we have 42 different languages. So just to meet a member from the tribe that you can communicate with, it's very difficult. So and most of the time, people lack the occasion and lack the opportunities to use their own indigenous languages. So we have to build a friendly environment so that they can use their indigenous languages whenever they want. So our method is basically to eliminate any obstacles that hinder their willingness. So for example, now I am talking in Chinese, I'm talking in Punon, but for those who cannot understand these two languages, then they can listen to interpreters. Interpretation. So the interpretation and translation is one of the way for people to use their own mother tongue. And second, to motivate people's willingness to speak their languages. So they have to have a motivation. When the environment is very friendly, they will be able to just talk in their mother tongue. So even though sometimes we don't really speak our mother tongue that fluently, but if we have this policy, if we have these measures, then we can just try to speak in our languages, and so to introduce our languages to others. So our final goal is to make more occasions and opportunities for people to speak their languages, and to create more occasions and opportunities for them. So these are the main goal and objectives. So in 2017, we have the provisions of the Indigenous Languages Development Act. And a lot of the provision is related to the promotion of languages. For example, in Article 5 and 6, it is important to have a full-time personnel in charge of Indigenous language promotion in city, counties, or municipality. And in Article 8, it is stated that the central and local competent authority shall actively promote the use of Indigenous languages in families, tribes, workplace, gatherings, or any public spaces. In Article 13, it is stated that Indigenous peoples can use their own language when they are in a judicial procedures. And all the government agencies should employ translators or interpreters for interpretation, so that it can really increase the access of judicial system for Indigenous people. In Article 14, official documents of government agencies, schools, and public enterprises in Indigenous regions shall be written in regional languages. In Article 16, it is stated that all schools, public enterprises, signage should have Indigenous languages along with Chinese. So it is important to see our own Indigenous language in like governmental agencies and buildings. In Article 23 and 24, it is stated that government-founded Indigenous television and broadcast organizations should produce programs in Indigenous languages. So you can see that we have already stated all these responsibilities in the Development Act. And let's just take a look at the structure, the implementation structure of the Council of Indigenous Peoples. Who is responsible of what kind of work? Who are involved? What kind of department are involved? So this is the main structure. In terms of family, we now have a Indigenous language speaking nannies program. So we also have like a commendation events for Indigenous language speaking mothers and fathers. So we really encourage parents to use Indigenous language in their own family and to interact with their children. In the area of school, we have immersive language preschool. So once children go to the preschool for the 8 hours, throughout the day, we will have caregivers, using indigenous languages to communicate with these children, so they can get really familiar and get immersed with the indigenous language. So this is what we have been doing in school, and also from elementary school all the way to senior high school. We have National Indigenous Language Act. So now we already have courses in schools for children to select. For tribe and for community, we really incorporate the elders, the priests, or any workers, promoters, language promotion organizations, and people who are interested in the work. So, for example, we also try to create a language-friendly environment in church. And we have this township signage demonstration program. And we also try to list the name of local places in indigenous language as well. So these are all what we have done locally.
语言的推动
We have always believed that the government agency or the government should be leading the promotion and the revitalization of the languages. So we also, starting from the government, we are subsidizing translation devices and equipment for all the districts. If you are promoting the language for interpretation, we will subsidize your policy and also your measure. So we also hope that throughout the process, that the indigenous languages can be not only heard, but also seen. So we also make it clear in the policies and the laws and regulations. And now we have 55 languages identified in the laws and regulations. The district and government agencies are allowed to use these languages for your publications and official documents. As for the media side, we have the cultural promotion part for their dissemination and information, and also for the Golden Melody Awards through media and music. We want more people to feel and also see and enjoy the languages. So there will be more and more environments for the languages. And now, please allow me to introduce a little bit more about the family environment that I just mentioned a little earlier. So for the related activities, for example, every year we'll have the role model mother or the role model father for the indigenous languages, and also for promoting the indigenous language friendly environment. So for every year, we will have the role model fathers and mothers. In that, I mean the parents who are creating and encouraging the great environments for their native tongues or native languages. Yeah, for example, there can be having some language labels at home, or use the indigenous languages for prayers. These are great examples. So we have already identified around 50 parents, actually 101 in total. So we have about 50 fathers and 50 mothers who are identified as indigenous language friendly parents and families. Also, we have indigenous language nannies or babysitters. We have already 731 certified indigenous language nannies, and also 746 caregivers for kindergarteners. So why do we have this policy and subsidies? Because we actually saw a lot of grandparents taking care of their grandkids with not so fluent indigenous language. So we are having this subsidy measures because we are encouraging the caregivers and also the grandparents to use their native tongue to take care of the kids. So earlier I mentioned they're using not so fluent Mandarin Chinese language to take care of the kids. But now it's encouraged for them to use their indigenous languages or native tongues. So now for the immersion or immersive indigenous language teaching classes, we're looking to have around 114 classes in total for almost 2,000 kids to be able to enjoy this immersive environments for language learning and practice. As for the community or the neighborhood, we have language promoters. So for the cities and also any area or district with over 1,500 indigenous people, we will have an official language promoter. And also for the 16 tribes in Taiwan, we are encouraging them to have their language promotion organizations so they can identify and locate the talent for language promotion. To facilitate the promotion of languages. Starting from last year, we used the help of churches and subsidized 506 churches in Taiwan. So the current situation in Taiwan's churches in indigenous areas is that many young people are not, as they're becoming not so fluent in their indigenous languages, some priests or pastors would use Mandarin Chinese to preach. So we are also valuing the roles of the churches. So we will subsidize those churches that will use the indigenous languages to preach or as their main language, or they can make it bilingual. We will subsidize them. And for the church gatherings, if they're using indigenous languages, it will be subsidized. For the Bible reading or Bible studies, if they're using indigenous languages, we will also subsidize that. And also the singing of the maybe poems or the church songs, we just want churches to become indigenous language friendly environments as well. In addition to that, we have a language highlight projects. So in addition to the spoken language, we also would like to see more and more written language shown in our environment. For example, for the bilingual signs that we are encouraging, that is also part of the environment. And last but not least, for the government agencies. Why do we even have language promoters in the district office? Because when people come to the district office, the language promoter can serve as the translator or interpreter. If the people who have come to the office using their indigenous language, that is what we mean by the friendly environment. So we are setting up the simultaneous interpretation or interpretation availability projects. So for the projects, in practice, what do I mean by that? That is, if the district offices would like to use the indigenous languages for their meetings. For example, take myself, for example. I'm from Yuanping County, and most of the people there speak Bunong. So if they're willing, and everybody's willing to use the indigenous language, then we will, of course, you have some staff or people who do not understand, for example, Bunong, then we will have the simultaneous interpretation equipment subsidy. And also for the representation meetings, if you go to a representation meeting and you're willing to use the indigenous language for the consultations, then we will also offer subsidy for the simultaneous interpretation equipment. So there are already some demonstration sites, and we hope to see more and more sites and places for that. Right. And the last part about media. So part of the budget goes to Indigenous Cultures Foundation. So that includes the promotion in radio and also theater or drama, TV series. So with that budget, we hope to encourage the production of great quality productions for indigenous language production, of course. So maybe through the indigenous TV and also the indigenous radio station, it will become more and more of a friendly environment for everyone. So what I just presented is what I have compiled together for the overall plan and the current laws and regulations and procedures for language environment. And to conclude, I would like to share with you one quote. When a Bunong person cannot speak the language, then they can't sing the song. They can't hold the festivals because it's gonna be gone. But when the festivals are gone and the cultures are gone, then everything will be gone and the tribe will be gone. That is when a Bunong person cannot speak their language, they cannot pass on their cultures. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Deputy Director Byung. Without language, there's no culture, and without culture, there's no tribes. Thank you, Byung. And now let's welcome Molik from Isuzu Studio. I'm speaking Amis language, and I will also use some Mandarin Chinese. So I would like to echo and answer to what was mentioned. So what I'm doing and promoting is about my tribe. So since I'm Amis, I'm speaking Amis and promoting Amis. I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation. So as you can see on the photo, on the slide, the photo is what I want to showcase or show you, that we see a lot of messages. Since I'm from the south of Taiwan, so I'll actually, correction here, I'm from the east coast of Taiwan and also the valley in Guangfu, Hualien. That is my hometown. And this March, so for the photos, who do you see? My name is Gati, and it's a name from the Guangfu tribe or Guangfu village. So these are what we do. We have all my brothers and sisters with me. So when I went to the city in the beginning, I went to Taipalang. I was building my own studio, and also in part of the hairdressing industry, and I was living there with my elders. So that's when I improved my indigenous language skills. I learned to speak more of my language. And in 2014, we started this bookstore. And at the time, we had this bookshop called Huan Huan in Pising. So that is a gathering place that I want to build and share for everyone.
So here you can see some of the photos from our Amis daily life. In the early days, all our elders just help each other out in their agricultural work. And then for the second photos, we will give a farewell party to soldiers. And then we have a wedding ceremony. And after wedding ceremony, we also have a sending out kind of ceremony for our newlyweds. And from the bottom side, you can see how it is important for us to share food. So this is a picture of us distributing pork. And balama means paying respects to the bereaved, to the family. And so Barama basically means that we are sending some material, some woods to the family who have lost somebody. And all these are very common things which are very beautiful that we see in our tribe. So these are all traditional customs that we would like to preserve. And in our own tribe, my work, the Li Soso Studio, the job is to pass down the language. So when I haven't learned the language, I have made up my mind to learn this from the elders in our community. And I also learned the culture and traditional stories. So from that on, I started to learn my language. And I also learned some song, Amis song, and I taught those songs to the young boys and girls and the younger generation and teenagers in our village. And this is a picture of our lately activity. Not long ago, so this is just how we gathered in the tribe. I always teach them, pass on the knowledge. We never forget our responsibilities. And we stress again and again how important it is to learn the language and learn the culture. Because if we do not teach our young generation how to speak Amis, our tribe will not develop in the future. And for this photo, it is how we are preserving our living customs and traditions. All the time, we will have a gathering place to learn together. And maybe all of us have different knowledge, but when we gather together, we can just share our ideas, exchange ideas, and then learn from each other. So we often gather the young generation together so that they can sing songs and learn knowledge together. And for this picture, this is one of the most beautiful thing we have. This is visiting, like outward visiting. We will ask the young people to visit the elderlies of the community, and all teenagers are welcome. Either teenagers from outside of the communities are welcome as well. So they can join this visiting tour and to be shared with knowledge and experiences. And we also have made some publication. It's called Here. And it is also using the character meaning sugarcane in Mandarin, because we have a sugar plant in our community. So this is why we published this book. And this picture is showcasing how it is very important to come back to your home, come back to your village. So I think my time's up. So I will just sum my presentation here. Thank you for your attention. So I hope you can live every day with a very cheerful mood. Thank you, Moligati, for your presentation. It is very easy to understand, but also very inspiring. But because we only have such a limited time, so maybe we can have more exchange during the break time. And now I'll have Omi Wilan to speak a few words. So moderator, our presenter, and our panelist. Hello, good morning. I'm actually really touched to be here. We see how from a very top-down method, the government is promoting indigenous languages. And I'll just say a few words in my own language. When the kids are born, their voices are formed. And all the roots are covered in the land. So the first voice that came out of a children is a signal of his or her identity. And all the words that we are speaking is a method. And in the Chinese culture, this idea is very important as well. But in our Atayal culture, all these words carry your knowledge, your conception, your worldview. And these words are sort of like floating in the air. It's not touching the ground, and it is carrying your ideology, carrying the fact that the tribes and community exist. So what Byun has said really relates to me, resonates with me. I am honored to have 2 years working under the Council of Indigenous Peoples, And back then, the chairman started to promote indigenous people, and all the village offices were criticized. So I remember I went to Hualien for my first stop, and then there are people challenging me, saying that it is meaningless to speak in our mother tongue, because it is not useful when we're trying to get a national exam. We still need to learn English in order to go abroad. So this is an idea that is really common in a lot of tribes. They think that indigenous languages are useless. So we started to reflect, and we discussed, and we started to have this point adding system in the national exam. But it is still different from what we see now, because I think now the government is actually reaching out to more channels, including media, including schools, and including all different layers of governmental agencies, and also collaborating with churches, private sector, private organizations. So it is a very comprehensive way of promoting indigenous languages. So I'm really positive about the policy from the CIP. However, the question lies in whether the indigenous peoples are ready. Are we ready for all these policies? Are we ready to get all these rewards? If we continue to hold the old mindset, then all the policies now, all the measures will not be useful, including adding points to indigenous children when they're taking exams, including the promotion of indigenous people when they're working in public sector. But I think it still goes back to the question of who we are. We are standing on this land. We're living on this land. And I think this all comes back to what we think of ourselves deep down in our heart. Because I'm working in a church, so I think trying to promote indigenous language from churches is very difficult. In the past, we know that a lot of temples, or like Tzu Ji, a charity organization in Taiwan, they are trying to promote things, but there are a lot of obstacles. But this time, through churches, I think it is quite successful. And in the past, actually, different churches work separately. But because we are all in this together, we're actually making connection. And so, for example, in Taiyan, we have 6 different division of languages, and it is being integrated slowly. And churches are very commonly seen in communities, in indigenous people's communities. It's high in terms of density, and so I give credits for the Council of Indigenous People for collaborating with churches. I think languages are very powerful. When we say something, when we are using our own language, we are connecting with the sky and the land and our ancestors. And it is also really helpful for us as priests to promote our religion. So I think the important thing is to make indigenous languages part of our daily life. It's important to connect our soul to this language. And we not only want to connect with community, we also want to connect with tribal community, tribal council, or when we are talking about land rights or carbon rights, or the subsidy for non-forestation. It is very important to promote indigenous people along the way. So I'll just talk till here. Thank you a lot. Omi Wilan Priest is actually a convener of the Tadyan Language Promotion Board. So after the CIP was established in 1999, and then in 2000, both Maya Gumut and Omi Wilang was working under the council. And back then, like 20 years ago, it is very difficult to promote indigenous languages, and a lot of people don't speak very fluently. But now, after 2 decades, from the level of community, from churches, from schools, all the way up, everybody is promoting indigenous languages friendly environment. So although our times is up, but we started late, so I will open the floor to any questions from the audience.
我们前乡长哈。
All right, former village chief, Mr. Du. Please, yeah, we can only allow one question due to the interest of time. Yes. Deputy Director, presenter, and panelists, and everyone here who's caring so much about language revitalization. Yeah, I'm doing Rukai language revitalization and promotion, Savao. So, a few points to share from me, from my perspective. So first of all, the experience I gained from the education system, or maybe some suggestions from me. First one being, we probably need a language promotion special project. And it should be an extracurricular third year for the current, in addition to the current curriculum. So we have more hours available for the kids to learn the language. And second of all, for the promotion of languages, how do we promote, for example, Amis? How do we promote Paiwan? But how do we promote the languages like we promote Mandarin Chinese? I think that is an angle. Yeah, because it's now indicated in the national language law already as an official language, right? So now, third of all, how many languages do we have for simultaneous interpretation today? We don't have Rukai. We don't have Aluan, right? Do we have them? Rukai? Yes, we do have that. All right. So my point is, we are mainstreaming the languages, and sometimes we ourselves even would forget that, or we might have to ignore or neglect the minority language. And that is what the mainstream Mandarin Chinese society is treating us. And we are treating ourselves like that sometimes. But I have to remind everyone that we should be equal. And also the distribution of resources, how do we distribute them equally? Since we have our indigenous languages set as the national language now, so it should be an equal distribution. In addition, indigenous language education is actually part of the official curriculum. It's not after school hours activities. And for the teachers, however, what is indigenous language education to them? Do they really think that it's part of the curriculum? Or do they think it's a burden? Or do they think this is something extracurricular? I think that is a great question to ask. And also, I think we need to have the language revitalization engineering or promotion. I think for each and every language family and language itself, how do we promote the languages? And also, what's the metrics? I think, yeah, these are from some of my suggestions. Thank you, former village chief, Mr. Du, now the Rukai Language Project Director. Thank you very much for the suggestions. We will refer the around 6 or 7 points of the suggestions to our authorities concerned. Thank you so much, Mr. Du. And due to the interest of time, I will conclude the first session today. Thank you very much for your participation for this forum. Thank you so much. Thank you. So I would like to invite our moderator, presenter, and the 2 panelists to remain on stage. We have the chair of ILRDF to present the certificate, to express thanks to everyone on stage. Thank you so much. And after the presentation, we will have a photo together. Once again, thank you for the moderation and also the presentation and the discussion. Now a photo, please. Camera in the center. And everyone, I would like to invite a round of applause from you to thank our presenters on stage. Thank you. Once again, thank you so much. So we will now have 5 minutes break before we proceed to the second discussion session. So we'll be back at 10 past 11 for discussion number 2. Thank you.
红港
现场与会的来宾，距离我们第2场次的专题讨论还有1分钟的时间，所以麻烦在场外的贵宾，我们就移驾到会场内，等会儿呢进行我们第2场次的专题讨论。
Mulai Cina isilunga kanga kemilaj.
也请我们的工作人员来协助引导，在我们场外的贵宾移驾到我们的场。
We will begin soon, so please be seated. Thank you very much.
Pusen-sengan ulia casmio te cuaca pelelengan ai cuaca rangki.
为了不影响稍后的中午用餐，我们请各位所有与会的贵宾，现在就紧速的回到我们会场内。那么稍后呢，我们要来进行第2场次的专题讨论。谢谢。
Ujana semak makanan ajen na isilunga kakemilaj uli patagilang ajen.
好，我们即将在30秒之后呢，开始我们今天第2场次的专题讨论。也请各位贵宾紧速就座。那么也提醒各位将您的手机关静音以及震动。非常感谢您的配合。
Mulai papolinga ajen na isilunga kakemilaj ulia cakina vote casin kaca cadingwa.
欢迎回到2024南岛语言复振论坛。接下来呢，我们要进行第2场次的专题讨论，主题是。
Welcome back to the 2024 Austronesian Languages Revitalization Forum. Now we're going to the second panel discussion. And again, we will ring when 8 minutes is up. And then when 20 minutes is up, we're going to ring twice. And so please end your presentation as soon as possible. For the panelists, you will have 8 minutes each, and we will ring a bell on when there are 2 minutes left, and then when your time's up, we will give you 2 times of the ringing to remind you and to just wrap it up when your time is up.
Kailangan ulian na semakwakan aja na islingwa kamilaj. Ai chua xin chao chile ta sau ni simpa aljang ulian na papolingo chen ai chua cha patatevra pinujikangan ulian na pakan chen na papolingo.
这个时候呢，我们就邀请本场次的。
Now I'd like to invite the moderator, Chairman Maya Gumu from the Indigenous Languages Research and Development Foundation, and our speaker is Ignace. He is going to connect with us online. He's from the Office of the Commissioner for Indigenous Languages from Canada. And we have 2 panelists. The first panelist is Director Maya Fudu from the IERC, National Academy for Educational Research. And our second panelist, our Principal Arai, she is from the Timur Elementary School in Pingdong. So now I'll hand the microphone for our moderator. Good morning, everybody. This keynote discussion, we will have our keynote speaker from online. Mr. Ignace is going to introduce to us the situation in Canada in terms of the promotion of Indigenous language. And then we also have another Mayao, and then we have Principal Timur from the Timur Elementary School. Because Timur in Amis means south, and then Timur in Paiwan language actually means cute. So it has 2 meanings in our separate languages. But now let's have Ignace to introduce to us the Canada's policies. So just please look at the screen.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Well, that's hello in my language. And yes, kun Elias kun watlen as kul ein tilment ken has spoken to makultan das lilkstimmen to mich. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to you about how we in Canada are trying to breathe life back into our languages and stand them up in their rightful place across Canada. And I'm pleased to be invited by the Council of Indigenous Peoples of Taiwan to join you all today, virtually, of course, and in sharing our ways to support and how we may be able to support and promote Indigenous rights and cultures globally. Today, I will share my story as a survivor of a Kamloops Indian residential school, which I met some of you there that came to the Kamloops Indian Residential School, and my journey of becoming the first Commissioner of Indigenous Languages in Canada, in hopes of shedding light on the obstacles we have had to endure and overcome as Indigenous peoples to get where we are today. As we commemorate and honor the National Day for Truth, we acknowledge and understand the devastating impacts of colonial and discriminatory government policies and practices on Indigenous peoples. This reflection is crucial if we are to set a path of reconciliation together. My background story, my passion for my language, Suwapmchin or Shuswap language in English, was instilled in me as a young child. My great-grandmother, Sulien, who was born in the 1880s, was a medicine woman and anchor of our family. She claimed me as hers when I was an infant. She refused to speak English, and hence I grew up fluent and fully in our language. Before Sulien left me, she told me to go out into the white man's world and learn all I could, and one day come back and help my people. So I made it my mission to fight for our language because that was an area of extreme concern for our elders. Despite being forced to attend Kamps Indian Residential School, where I wasn't allowed to speak my language, I resisted. I retained my language by thinking in Suwapmchin. This gift was imparted to me by my great-grandmother. They couldn't beat me for what I thought. The day I was taken into school at age 10, and when the doors slammed behind me, I was so overcome and cried, a gut-wrenching cry, sensing this traumatic change was to be a life-altering experience. And my senses were right. And I ran away a few years later before the completion of my 8th grade. My memory, the time I come to my senses, or the period of time in our languages, which we call Tlachamwil, is rooted in our traditional cultural and socioeconomic lifestyle, proudly self-reliant, ensuring our larder was full with foods, with what we grew in our extended family-run gardens, and harvested from our traditional homelands as four-legged animals, fish, plants. Kukmanchut gave themselves to us, and hence our ancestors taught us to respect them and reciprocate always by thanking them. We have an important word, "ans," in our language, meaning if you disrespect Mother Earth, Mother Nature, she will turn on you. However, if you respect her, she will take care of you, bringing us back to the law of reciprocal accountability rooted in respect. And there's another word, tult is another word which speaks to the ability of one to utilize their energy to transform matter, which speaks to the fact that the universe operates by energy, transforming into matter, and matter into energy, which we use to manage our relations with each other and with our lands. The federal laws to manage our lands, resources, and relationships are rooted in our traditional knowledge and, by extension, in our languages. And in turn, our languages are inextricably linked to our traditional knowledge, worldviews, and kinship systems. Canada's residential school system, along with the 60 Scoop, forcibly removed Indigenous children from their families, communities, nations, and lands to assimilate them into the Canadian population. The colonial powers knew that the intergenerational transmission of place-based knowledge through our languages must be cut if the program of assimilation was to be successful. No longer were many of our people able to speak our languages, which gave voice to our teachings on self-reliance and our spiritual connections with the world. Many of these voices lost once spoke of our histories and our rights and our connections to the land and its resources. We could no longer share the stories handed down from many generations of ancestors, the stories of living on the land, of those before us, and of the knowledge of our elders amongst us today. These were purposeful acts by targeting our languages. They were targeting our ways of knowing, our human rights to our land and identity as Indigenous peoples. After I escaped from residential school and came home, I found our fields lying fallow and our homes in shambles. Many of my family elders were deceased. Some of my aunts married and moved away to other communities, while others were broken and scattered. My hard-working parents died penniless of alcoholism on Skid Row. In large measure, the residential school had done its job. We as residential school survivors are often lost between two worlds. We were forced to grow up devoid of our traditional spiritual practices and deeply impacted by historical and ongoing colonial systemic racist policies. As the first Commissioner of Indigenous Languages in Canada and survivor and escapee from the Kamloops Indian Residential School, I took a bold step in establishing a sub-office of the Commission at the very school that attempted to deny me my inherent right to speak my language, stating, I said, I am running no more and we're here to stay. Unfortunately, my story is not unique. This is the story of many Indigenous peoples across the country, across Canada. Currently, there are over 70 Indigenous languages in this country, but most are merely 2 generations away from becoming extinct, where once we were all multilingual. Indigenous languages were how Indigenous children acquired their place-based and cultural knowledge, which was transmitted from our ancestors for thousands of years. We cannot exist in a future without our languages. Our languages are not just words, they are the lifeblood of our cultures, the essence of our identities, and the foundation of our nations. Therefore, we must, in the revitalization of our languages, deploy our place-based knowledge to not only heal ourselves, but also our homelands. In Canada, we have opened the door to that possibility through the Indigenous Languages Act. Reflecting on the journey since my election as chief of my community in 1982, it is the enduring resilience of Indigenous peoples that instills me with a sense of hope. This hope finds its foundation in the Indigenous Language Act and the precedent that it sets. The Act affirms our language rights in law. This, unlike all other Indigenous rights, which are recognized in the Canadian Constitution Act of 1982, however, are yet undefined. We as Indigenous peoples have the inherent right to exercise and assert our language rights, should we so choose to do so based on our own Indigenous laws and within legal plurality. The road to creating the Indigenous Languages Act was not without its challenges, but on National Indigenous Peoples Day, June 21st, 2019, it became law. The Act gave rise to the establishment of the Commission, which was truly historic. I believe here it is important to state, although the Act in and of itself will not bring our languages back, it is what Indigenous leaders, Canadians, and peoples across Canada and the Government of Canada do with the Act that will provide transformative change to and for our language, which will give voice to our values, traditions, and our laws on the land. Before I go any further, I'd like to recall the undaunted spirit of all who sacrificed so much for us, elders, language warriors, leaders, and those who stepped forward to learn our languages despite the trauma and harm wreaked upon them, and the countless others, unnamed and unknown champions, past and present, who fought for our collective rights for our languages. It is they who must be honored by making it possible for me to be here to speak with you today. As a commission, our mission is to promote and champion all Indigenous languages in Canada, support Indigenous peoples in the reclamation, revitalization, maintenance, and strengthening of our languages so that no language is left behind. Our vision is that all Indigenous languages are safe, vibrant, and thriving. A priority of the Commission is to hear directly from Indigenous peoples about their language revitalization needs and to champion their rights and efforts. As part of our mandate, we are currently undertaking research to understand the health and status of Indigenous languages across Canada, the quantity and quality of funding for Indigenous language initiatives. Time and time again, we are hearing the absence of the training for Indigenous language immersion teachers, coupled with a lack of certification and accreditation pathways, impedes the preparation of Indigenous language immersion teachers. Indigenous language fluency and proficiency programs together with specialized immersion teacher education programs, are essential to address the unique needs of language revitalization efforts. How can we ensure our children are fluent in speaking their languages in the future without the proper means to teach them? This is deeply concerning. Our languages were never envisioned to exist within Canada by church and state, let alone be taught, and this is reflected in the systemic racist policies and structures of the country. This means that Indigenous languages are not a true teachable subject, since they are not meaningfully incorporated into formal education systems and universities, particularly as fluency and immersion teacher training programs. This should not be a reality because we now have an Indigenous Languages Act and international legal mechanisms like UNDRIP that affirm and uphold our inherent rights to our languages. Hence, our goal as a commission is to support Indigenous peoples in their efforts to learn and teach their languages in a way that best serves them. We aim to bring together experts across the country, ministers, educators, university presidents, teachers, institutes, to build a roadmap for a whole of the Canada approach in solving this issue. To date, we have spoken to provincial governments such as British Columbia, Manitoba, Nova Scotia, teachers' federations, universities, and others who are now allies open to championing a way forward. The intent is not to reinvent the wheel, but rather learn from existing approaches. The framework of walking on two legs is a practical application of Indigenous traditional knowledge in a way which advances reconciliation in all areas. Rather than perpetuating colonial approaches of seeking to integrate Indigenous languages and practice into education systems, through this work, we are challenging people to take up the framework of walking on two legs and reimagine the role of Western education systems as a leg to balance on and be guided by Indigenous knowledge. This is about intergenerational transmission of our languages by adapting, not adopting, the most promising practices into our learning and teaching frameworks, which is rooted in Indigenous knowledge and worldviews. We are committed to working together with Indigenous peoples as well as all partners across the country and globally to find solutions to the revitalization of our languages and to once again give voice to our ways of knowing, rooted in a place-based knowledge. The Canadian government can no longer turn away from the reality that the current critical state of Indigenous languages is the direct result of historically targeted government policies and practices of assimilation, which will require transformative change if we are to achieve reconciliation. And while I acknowledge that Canada must operate within fiscal prudence, it must not come at the expense of Indigenous peoples and our languages. A key pillar of economic reconciliation is ensuring that Indigenous peoples are included in Canada's economic prosperity and benefit directly from opportunities reaffirmed by international human rights frameworks like UNDRIP. This translates to the need for long-term, adequate, sustainable funding of projects and initiatives which ensures the success and prosperity and well-being of Indigenous peoples and communities in our languages, and their transmission are integral component of not only healing ourselves, but also our lands. Our lands can once again give voice to our traditional ecological knowledge. The gaps of funding in Indigenous languages are huge, and we know that continuous advocacy efforts will be needed, and we further recognize that collective efforts, not just among Indigenous peoples, but with the support of many allies, will have a better chance of achieving success. In the respective roles, together we can all advocate for language revitalization efforts with Indigenous peoples. This includes championing the initiatives undertaken by the Commission, Indigenous peoples and communities within schools, education, and communities, universities, as well as with provincial, territorial, and national levels. The advocacy must exist at all possible forums to ensure the restoration of Indigenous languages in the rightful place in this country. A unified whole of Canada and an international approach is crucial in achieving the objective of International Decade of Indigenous Languages, UNDRIP, and Canada's own legislative frameworks. Because what Canada, the governments, Indigenous peoples do in support of each other will bring about healing and inspiration, not only to Indigenous peoples, but to all. In our efforts to continue this important work of advocacy, the Commission is hosting its very first Global Indigenous Languages Summit, WAVES 2025, which will be taking place in Ottawa, August 11th to the 14th of 2025. The summit will be an opportunity to stand with the worldwide multitude of Indigenous nations, peoples, languages, and cultures to be part of the wave of voices committed to bringing Indigenous languages out of the shadows and into the light. We invite you all to attend and support Indigenous peoples in their efforts to reclaim, revitalize, maintain, and strengthen their languages. With these endeavors, our collective goal remains to amplify all voices and those of Indigenous peoples in their efforts towards revitalization abroad and at home. No longer should our languages stand in the shadow of others. The Commission thanks you for the work you do and for what's to come in the future, together, united, and strong. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you.
Once again, thank you, Commissioner Ignace, for his own experience in pointing out the collective memory of the victim and also the predator. For everybody, it is the reality that everybody's facing together. That is a great echo and great call for everyone to unite together. Thank you so much. And later we'll invite Commissioner Ignace for some maybe echo or response later. Now we will have Mr. Mayao to present an echo. Thank you for now. Thank you, moderator. Mayao Gumut, chair, and everyone, greetings. Thank you, the organizers, for the invitation. I'm really honored for having this opportunity to be here. I am Director of Indigenous Education and Research Center of the National Academy for Educational Research. Some of you might not be so familiar with us, so we have two main missions. One is for the national curriculum and the setting up and the regulation, and second of all, the textbooks. We are monitoring or taking care of the quality of the textbooks. So once the publishers have finished their editing, they will have to submit their work to us for approval. So after our approval, the schools can then adopt the textbooks because they are the main teaching materials or learning materials. So the country or our nation is really valuing and emphasizing the quality of our work here. So in addition to the two main missions, we, the National Academy for Educational Research, also serve as a think tank for the country for systematic education research. And for my center, the Indigenous Education and Research Center is quite young or relatively young. We're about 6 or 7 years old. So we're focusing, of course, on the indigenous aspect of education. So we would like to also facilitate the development for indigenous education, right? So as we just heard from this presenter, Ronald Ignace, for his personal experience and history, actually I saw a lot of echoes from him and also Taiwan here, because we share many similarities, including we in Taiwan being colonized, and also the ban of our indigenous languages. It also happened here in Taiwan in the past. And now, as you can see now in the world in over 70 countries worldwide that have indigenous population in their countries. And we do share some similarities. The suppression of the cultures and also the ban of the languages and also the maybe sabotage of the cultural aspects. So earlier, for the earlier discussion session, we also heard from the country's representative that we now have some policies and promotions for the language revitalizations. But of course, for everyone, we still can have maybe stronger motivation, and to promote this, there's so much needed. And from Ronald's experience, it also reminds me of part of my research for the current situation in Canada for their indigenous education. So in 2016, passed by the United Nations, it is clearly indicated in the regulations that indigenous peoples should have the right to have their own establishment and institutions for the use of their language and offer or provide education in their own language. I myself have that immersive experience learning language, because earlier in our opening ceremony, we saw some very cute kids showcasing their immersive learning environment in the kindergarten. I'm sure their generation is so much different from my generation now, right? So I do look forward to a new hope and a new identity formed in their, younger generation. As for that development in Canada, I would say self-determination is a very important keyword here that can encapsulate the spirit in Canada. So, but still, there's still a long way to go. For example, like I mentioned, having your own institute for your own language, with your own language, right? But still, we see some hopes at the end of the tunnel maybe, but still, it's a long way to go. As for some of our recent work for National Academy for Educational Research, as we're collaborating now with some Dayan school leaders, of course, with the help of the CIP and also the education authorities, we are developing some Dayan educational curriculums. Why do we need that? For now, we have about 40 experimental schools, and 1/3 of them is Dayan. So you see, we take up a huge percentage. So we have over 10 school leaders, school principals, who really value and appreciate this aspect and the value of their language. They feel that it is diminishing, and they think there's a sense of urgency. And so they will invite us, the National Academy for Educational Research, to join forces with them. Now it's the second year for this, and next year we will have the curriculum approval or review session. And hopefully soon we'll be able to announce that Dayan curriculum. And of course, school leaders from other tribes are also asking us whether or not they can maybe observe this process and also take reference or experience from this session. I myself am a Miss, right? So of course, we would also like to see that our tribes or our schools can have that. So we can make sure that the kids are really following a good curriculum, and what they learn can respond or echo what they need or what they are doing in their everyday life. So hopefully in the near future, the kids can learn to become a Dayan through our curriculum or the curriculum. And on top of that, I would like to also emphasize and mention that when we are developing this curriculum, we noticed that it's a very important thing to have a Dayang language version. But as the priest mentioned earlier, pastor mentioned earlier, that there are still many different variations for the Dayang language. So it's important to take into consideration for us to include and take care of different variations for the development of the curriculum. And as some speakers mentioned, that some people are language warriors, right? When they are revitalizing the languages, they will have to sacrifice maybe their time and even sometimes their money. But I think it's all worth it, and I appreciate their hard work. Thank you very much.
So time is really cruel. We all have very limited time allocated to each speaker. So thank you, Mayao, to connect the Canadian experiences back to Taiwan. I actually passed by the National Academy for Educational Research oftenly, and you mentioned how the curriculum design is very important. So thank you for your sharing. And last but not least, I'll have Principal Aloy to share with us. Thank you for your introduction, and all the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all the experts and friends, participants in these forum. Good morning. I'm really happy to receive the invitation from the organizer. And when I was reading some literature on Canadian situation, I do found the similarity between Canada and Taiwan. There are definitely some overlap in our experiences of trying to fight back our languages and gain back the usage of our language. But today I would like to share with you from a elementary school perspective, how do we revitalize our culture and languages at the same time in school? So here I would like to thank Council of Indigenous Peoples for their foresight of subsidizing schools to do their indigenous people's teaching materials and curriculum design. And I think it is very similar to what the Canada government is doing. They are in collaborating indigenous languages in their regular education. So Timor Elementary School, we use, in our school, we use our Paiwan-centric teaching material, and we actively help other elementary school to develop their own develop their own teaching materials. So let me just introduce where we are and how we can provide and how we really center upon the traditional culture in our teaching. This short video is an award-winning video. It's showcasing how the life is like in our school. So in my class, it's from me to us, because what does the textbook said about the Paiwan society? Prosperity. So it is important for us to work with each other to prosper together. And then, for example, wedding, it is a business of the whole community, and then we also need to take care of our children together. Back in 2015, the Timor Elementary School is the first school to publish our own teaching material based on Paiwan culture. Tomorrow we are going to participate in a wedding, so we are going to do the preparation work today. So basically, students can get very immersed in our school curriculum, and it is closely related to the daily culture. Today I learned a lot and I learned more about my own culture. I hope that in the future I can pass down my Taiwan culture by myself, so that we don't need people from the outside to teach us our own culture. So I think when children are exposed in such culture, then they will be the key figures of promoting our traditional culture in the future. We are born equally, but we need to learn a lot of techniques and spirits and knowledge in order to become a true person, in order to live on this land. So we keep telling and keep discussing with us children, like who can be defined as a person, who can be defined as a Taiwan person. So we collaborate our teaching with our daily life, with our village, with our school, and all of these are part of the children's school. And we also invite the elders to come to the school to teach us. Because for these elderly people, indigenous language has already been part of their life. So let's take a look at this video, how we really combine and we really blur the line between community or village with school. So a lot of elder people come to the school to share the traditional knowledge, to pass down the heritage and what they know. Through this, our children can learn the differences between traditional lives and the modern life. They also learn their indigenous language. So I only got 2 minutes left, so I'm going to jump to the next presentation. Timor, this is the initial intention of Timor. We hope that education is just a path so that our children can collaborate indigenous culture in his or her daily lives. So this is the picture of the Taiwan-centered teaching materials. We have Mandarin Chinese, math, society, social studies, and science. So we all teach these in Taiwan language. And we have been speaking about how we should also blur the line between the village and school. So every sector, every industry can be a course, can be a very interesting curriculum and for our children. So let me just introduce this lesson. This lesson is talking about a natural tree called cherry shell ginger. And shell ginger can be made into mat. So for this lesson, they actually learn the craftsmanship and with land and with Mandarin Chinese. This picture is coming from math. So we use this math to really lay the groundwork of math, where we were born, how many animals you see here. So every time we take a lesson, we started from a cultural story. It's not just about the culture, it's also about our language. We will introduce each language's names in our own language and like traditional pattern on our textile. So I think currently in Taiwan, be it the promotion of indigenous languages or different aspects, I think it has already been reached to preschool level. So I think more efforts is needed in junior and senior high school. I think the Council of Indigenous People or the National Academy for Educational Research should pay more attention to junior and senior high schools' indigenous languages learning. So last but not least, I would like to thank all of the officials for supporting our policy and to supporting our development of the own teaching materials. So in our school, we have our own special textbook. Our children have these materials to learn from their culture. So it's a shame that the time is already up. I only have 8 minutes. I prepared more to share, but I'll just end here. Okay, thank you, Timur. So our commissioner from Canada actually already went offline, but he has mentioned how education system is very important in the promotion of languages. So now we will have 10 minutes to have a QA session. What our director has said, Mayao has said, is about the design of curriculum. And then our principal has mentioned about all the environments can be considered as a language-friendly environment. So I'll open the floor for 10 minutes. Any question from the audience or from the participants to our two panelists? Okay, David Wu, Ambassador Wu, please. Languages are the identity of an ethnic group. When I was back in the States, I saw my children dream in English. And it suddenly hits me that environment is very important. My great-grandfather said that an eagle that was just born, if put together with chickens, then the eagle would forget that he actually has the capability to fly in the sky on their own, because it just follow what the chickens do, eat grass and eat worms from the ground. So if we want to that this eagle to return to its natural behavior, then we have to put it back to its own nest. So the same theory goes with the languages. You have to put that person back to its original environment so that it can fly in the sky freely with the support of, for example, their parents. Mayao knows exactly that I am a Amis person that is born in the urban area, I didn't know anything about the Amis language, and I've made up my mind that I want to be an Amis. So when a lot of girls was trying to court me, they may be from Han people or Hakka people, I said no, I refused them. And my wife is from Amis tribe, and I think she is the one that really understands me. After my family was brought back to Taiwan, my children could actually speak Amis language in a few words. So what I'm trying to say is that the environment is very important so that we can have a very confident future generation, and we can learn to use our languages naturally. And autonomy, like self-awareness, is mentioned by both the teacher and the Canadian presenter. After 3 months, my children can order McDonald's by themselves, only within 3 months. So I think we should continue to build an environment for our kids to become the eagle in the sky.
40年也就入赘到
Right, so about 40 years ago, you can say that I'm married to the Amis, but I'm not saying that I have anything against that young, right? So I think that's an interesting example, right? Thank you for encouragement and a reminder. And Chen, Mr. Chen. Yes, I would like to invite Ms. Chang for sharing the change that happened after adopting the indigenous language textbooks. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chan. Well, when we're talking about tangible change that we can see, I would say, first of all, a very straightforward point that you can see is that they're able to speak the languages now. They can talk in the indigenous language to the people. They can be part of the festivals. I think it's part of their identity, and also it shows that, or maybe we can say it's a beginning for them to embrace their own culture. I think the biggest change that I saw is that they're now willing to be part of the festivals, to be with their elders. So when we are having the harvest festival, for example, the kids, they would shoulder up that the sacrifice that they are taking to the site, right? So they're working kind of as the staff, and that is one of the great achievements that we can see. And also, in addition to that, when people are talking about the measurement or the criteria for the language education, I think maybe sometimes it's not just about speaking, or sometimes it might be about their willingness to talk to the elders or talk to the local people. And I think that part of the immersion is also a great and important vital change for them. And I think overall, for them, it's a happy experience. I'm not sure about their academic performance, but actually, we have higher academic performance or better academic performance compared to the national average. So now it's the 7th year for our education, and you see changes that's happening over time. And now the kids are brave, and they would stand tall and introduce their own culture to other people. And I think these are all great change that I see. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Rai. And I think we can still allow 2 speakers for questions. So please state your name, please. Thank you, Chair. I'm from National Donghua University's Language Education Center. My name is Li Peirong. I'm very pleased to be here. Earlier, I saw this very educational video for Pai-1 education, and I have a few thoughts to share with everyone, because some kids mentioned that they hope that in the future their language, they don't have to be taught their mother tongue by people who are not Pai-1. All right, but I am from the Han tribe, or I'm a Han person. So I would like to say that I'm just thankful for all the elders or teachers who have shared their thoughts and experience with me, so I can learn a lot about the indigenous languages and the rich cultures. And I just hope that the children can never forget that whether or not, when given a learning opportunity, even when we are learning from someone who might not be from our tribe, as long as they can pass on the languages and the cultures, I think it should be great, because the sources are still from the elders, right? And I'd like to share that language revitalization is shared by everyone. It's not just by any single ethnicity or tribe. So I would like to encourage more inclusion, and whoever wants to learn the language and the cultures, we should be inclusive and we embrace this diversity. Thank you. Thank you, Peirong. Language revitalization is not just a responsibility by a group of person, but by everyone. Thank you. Now the last, maybe, question on my left-hand side. And if there's no further question, I think that represents the fruitful discussion and the great results of our session, right? So now maybe some echoes and response from the panelists. Yes, so for the remaining time, I'd like to echo what Mr. David Wu, or Ambassador at Large, just mentioned. It's really meaningful and deep. I have some experience visiting New Zealand for their so-called language environment. So it's really memorable, because when I visited that Maori environment, Maori was the only language that was allowed in that environment, especially for the kids, for the so-called critical period for the kids. When you're learning in that language environment, you will have a very solid foundation built for your mother tongue or that language. I also have my personal experience back in the United States. At a time when I was young, I was having tremendous progress from a language, for my English, for reading, listening, speaking, and everything. And I think with all that, I would like to say that for now, we are still not using our indigenous languages as a medium of teaching. But still, as we are promoting this indigenous language education, we're still using Mandarin Chinese to teach the languages, right? So what we can look to would be using, for example, the Pai-1 language as the medium of education or instruction, and even using that indigenous language or the languages to teach subjects, for example, including math and other subjects, right? So if that can be included as part of the curriculum, then we might not need some extra hours for the language. Right. Thank you so much for the feedback, and that concludes the session. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Chair Mayao. And please move to the center of the stage. We would like to present the certificate of gratitude to the panelists. Thank you, Mayao Photo. Thank you, Ms. Chen. And also, I would like to invite our representatives from the CIP to the stage for a photo.
那我们是不是同样呢，看向正前方来进行合影？然后也请我们现场所有的嘉宾再次给我们的主持人还有2位语坛人一个热情的掌声，谢谢他们带来。
A round of applause for all the speakers. Thank you so much.
好，谢谢，也请各位贵宾回。
Thank you, and please be seated. So before we proceed to lunch, our lunch break, we have a few housekeeping items. So now for the lunch break, you will follow, please, the staff members for their instructions and directions to the lunch place. And we'll be back around 2. So please be back around 1:50. And you can still have your interpretation device at your seat. And we will come back for the afternoon session.
Cuaca takaya-kayan, unya na suliva achen, tay cuaca ini sengelian. Cuaca naman ma ulia ca sinekej semawak ulia.
各位长官、各位贵宾，下午的场次专题讨论呢，即将在5分钟后开始，也请我们的工作人员来协助引导我们。
Ladies and gentlemen, the forum in the afternoon is going to begin in 5 minutes, so we will start the third panel discussion in 2 o'clock. Please be seated. Thank you.
Tektakhai nakiknabing kata, magtuang imita takuta is hwapa singap uninang.
现场的长官贵宾，距离我们下午的议程还有2分钟，所以呢，也麻烦我们的工作人员来协助引导我们的贵宾进入到我们的会场。已经陆续进到我们会场的贵宾们，我们就尽量的往前坐。下午的场次也非常的精彩。
2024在利亚马奥利尤大泽格拉南岛改造巴哈。
欢迎回到
Welcome back to the 2024 Austronesian Languages Revitalization Forum. Now we're going to enter our afternoon itinerary. And today, in the afternoon, I'm going to host with Benay Bu Xingyu. She is one of the students from our MC training program.
语，今天非常的开心，有看到2个。
I'm really happy and honored to have 2 students hosting Stand By Me as an MC. So we have Paiwan in the morning, and then we have Yuxing with us in the afternoon. And then for the panel discussion 3, we are going to talk about New Zealand's policies and measures for promoting indigenous language-friendly environments.
大家都is kuda kuda。
在我们的专题讨论开始。
Before our keynote discussion begins, let me take a few minutes to talk about the rules of procedures. So we're going to give 20 minutes to each speaker, and then when there are 2 minutes left, we will ring a bell. And then when the time's up, we are going to ring the bell twice. For each panelist, you have 8 minutes. We will ring the bell when there are 2 minutes left, and when the time's up, we will ring the bell twice to remind you. For the QA session, every audience asking a question should be limited to 3 minutes. And we will signal you with bells and then the card as well when there are 2 minutes left and when the time's up. And now I'm going to introduce the moderator, Deputy Minister Gadu from the Council of Indigenous Peoples. And I'm going to introduce 3 speakers for this panel discussion. First, that would have Penadawe, Chair of the board's research, Te Matawe. The second speaker is Chief Advisor Ria Tamoana. The third speakers is Nehana Brabenda, Investment Management. We also have 2 panelists with us today. The first is the Assistant Research Fellow Siwas Bawan from Indigenous Education and Research Center. The second panelist is Director Su Yuanmei, Educational Affairs Section of the Xinzhong Elementary School. And when the speaker is speaking, and also during our panel discussion, you can listen to interpreter's translation. And now I'll hand the microphone to Deputy Minister Login. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Login Nobujiang. I'm really happy to be here today. So good afternoon. I just introduced myself and to say hello in all of the indigenous languages of the speakers and the panelists. Today's forum has a very clear topic, which is building a indigenous languages friendly environment. I think one of the key is to just say hello in our own native tongue. this is the beginning of building such an environment. And I think for this panel discussion, I'm really honored to have 3 speakers from New Zealand, and they actually during last year, they came to Taiwan to have to join the Austronesian Forum as well. And so when we met them, we just say it's amazing. It's amazing how we can meet each other so soon within 1 year. So I believe they are going to share more developments in the promotion of Maori language. So first, we have Tina Bosadin, the board's from the chair of the board's research, and we also have Ria Tomoana, the chief advisor, and we have Nate, investment manager. So the 3 speakers are going to share with us later. And we also have invited 2 panelists. The first is Jiwas Bawan, assistant research fellow. So she actually started to research about the Maori culture and indigenous languages a decade ago. And we also have Bula, director Bula from the Xinzhong Elementary School. She has been promoting indigenous language teaching and learning for many years. So I believe both of them are going to bring inspiring feedback and questions to our panel discussion. So without further ado, let's welcome the Te Matawai to come to the stage and give us their presentation. So Nate will begin first.
Hau toto, ko tū heke ana, ko rongo heke ana ki te ngā hau o tū. Hutaina taku kawa nei, he kawa tua maunga. Kawiwini kawa wana tāra pata tū ki te rangi, hau e hi. Whano, whana, haramai te toki, hau mie hui e tai ki e. E rere nei ngā mihi ki a tātou kua taimai ki tēnei iwi, tino whakahirahira. E rere nei ngā mihi ki o koutou me o koutou tīpuna. E rere nei ngā mihi ki o koutou me o koutou mate harea mai, kia mihia, kia tangihia. Rātou ki a rātou, tātou ki a tātou te hunga ora. Tēnā tātou katoa, e rere nei ngā mihi ki te pai, e noho nei, ngā rangatira, kei aku rangatira, kei aku manu tiori, tēnā koutou. Kia ora everyone. Yes, my name is Nate, and I'm the investments manager at Te Mātāwai. What I did just then is a karakia from my waka back home in Aotearoa. That karakia is one that we cast before we set sail to clear way for safe voyage and to clear the space in a hui as well, or in a meeting before we conduct our business. And also it's after lunch, so I thought we needed something to wake us up a little bit. Before I go into what we're here to share, the topic of our forum this year is policies and measures that create a language-friendly environment. And so what we're going to do is we're going to take you on a journey through our story, starting with how we first had our language and a strong foundation to build our language on. Then we're going to take a look at the impact of erosion, and then as an effect of erosion, what we needed to do to introduce policies that rebuild those foundations, and then from there, where we're heading to next. So, to start with, we're going to take a look at what those foundational building blocks were that created a strong language community. So we have some building blocks, some really key stones to building a strong foundation. okay? And on that strong foundation, we were able to have a sense of unbroken intergenerational transmission of language, and we had 100% fluency in our Indigenous language. Some of those foundational building blocks within this strong foundation are these items here. What Māori had, what we had before the impacts of erosion, is we had a strong land base, which gave us an economic base. We had our own social structure. We had mātauranga. No, it's not just knowledge, but we had our own education system, our own way of teaching, our own way of raising children and raising each other with a strong knowledge. We had tohunga. We had our own sense of health and well-being and rongoa, medicine. We had strong leadership. We had authority over ourselves and over our land. We had marae, our traditional homes, a connected community, a strong sense of our own cultural practices, and our own sense of what justice and law meant for us. So we had this, and what this created for us was a strong foundation to build on. What this water crossing now represents is the impacts of erosion. This represents colonization. It represents policies that went against our own foundations that we had set in place. So as a result, the strong foundation became very fragile. And so those building blocks that I showed you earlier, they became very fragmented and they became very broken. And so our foundations, our land, confiscated, taken. Our economic base was robbed of us. Our social structure was questioned. Our mātauranga was not accepted. Our tohunga, we had a Tohunga Suppression Act, a policy that said you're not allowed to practice your own medicine, you're not allowed to practice your own sense of health and well-being. Our cultural practices were denied, and our sense of law and justice was overrun by a sense of law and justice that was foreign to our land. And so, when you try to build language on such a fragile foundation, intergenerational transmission became very broken, and that high proficiency that we had became very low. And so these were the impacts of erosion across our strong foundation. And so what needed to be done to correct those foundations and those building blocks of our communities is we had to introduce policies to correct those things. Now, some of the examples I'm going to show you are not just policies, but some of them are activations of our own people who decided to make a difference before a policy was introduced. And so, we're going to start with 1972. We had the Māori language petition. Ngā Tamatoa, what they did is they carried a petition across New Zealand to make te reo Māori a taonga, to make te reo Māori protected, and for our language to be recognised. In 1975, we had the Treaty of Waitangi Act. In 1975, there was also an activation from our people who marched for their land back. We had in 1987, the Māori Language Act. 1989, the Broadcasting Act Amendment. And in 1989, the Education Act with provision for kura kaupapa, which is a full immersion primary school, elementary school. 1995 onwards was treaty settlement. All of these policies were used to address the fragmentation of our strong foundation. And so what we end up having is these building blocks that were now fragmented. We needed that policy to help re-strengthen those foundations and fill in the gaps that were made as an impact of erosion. And so what we have now is a sense of a hybrid approach between what has been built before colonization as well as the policies that needed to be introduced to restore those foundations. And so we have a journey of restoring the foundation to build our language on again. The measures now of what we had. Initially, we were measuring the fluency of individual speakers. And so, for our fluent speakers, in 1900, we had near 100% of our people being able to speak our Indigenous language in 1900. That is only 60 years after the signing of our treaty. A further 60 years, in 1960, that dropped to 25% of our people being able to speak our language. As this journey went on in 1979, that dropped down to 17%. And then in 2018, the latest report predicted that we went down to below 10% of our people being able to speak our language. And had we continued on this trajectory, by 2040, we would have had less than 5% of our people being able to speak our language. For children, in 1900, we had near 100% of our children able to speak their Indigenous language. Again, only 60 years after the signing of the treaty. Only 53 years later, that dropped down to 25% of our children being able to speak their Indigenous language. In 1975, that dropped even further to 5%. Had we continued on this trajectory, by 2040, we would have almost lost our language. But there was a turning point in 2018, which is the first time in our data history where we saw a slight increase in language proficiency across our people. And so in 2040, we have a dream to be able to restore the language to 20% of our current population, not just Indigenous, but 20% of all people using our language in community immersion domains, and a goal of 25% of our children being able to have the Indigenous language as their first language. And if we see here, what this looks like is not necessarily a journey towards an exciting brand new future. What this is in 2040 is what we're actually looking at here is a journey back to where our language was in 1953 and 1960. This is a journey back to how we were. This is a journey back to ourselves. And so this is what we've been measuring. And what I'm going to do now is going to hand over to our member of the board to talk to what conditions are necessary to get us towards that goal. Tēnā koutou.
Kia ora mai tātou katoa, wāhine mai, tāne mai, ko hoki mai anō te mihi ki ngā tamariki mokopuna. I'm just want to reiterate the greetings that have been sent out over the past few hours, including Nate's blessings upon us all. This forum, I want to acknowledge all the insightfulness, the energy, and the awe-inspiring sharing that's taken place this morning. I almost forgot what part I'm supposed to play, but I just want to say that I'm pleased to be able to contribute as the chair, the representative of our New Zealand, what I call the Community Language Commission, Te Mātāwai, and also to be here alongside my highly esteemed colleagues to represent the leadership of the Research and Development Unit of Te Mātāwai. I wanted to pick up on a couple of notes that were spoken about earlier today because they reached and touched me in a very poignant way, because I think they are themes that are shared internationally and across the planet with regard to language revitalization, key themes and issues that are actually not new to all of us. They're not new at all. And for those of you who have been on the vehicle to augment threatened languages, Indigenous languages that carry much mana. There were a couple of key things that struck me this morning. First of all, I wanted to acknowledge the Tuvalu speaker who opened for us, and she spoke about the importance of being able to augment, to identify first where threatened all Indigenous languages have been threatened, where languages of need have particular speaker communities, and how we support augmenting conditions that allow for rapid growth, for gradual growth of the use of the language. But most importantly, I also pick up another point from our wonderful speaker from Canada, who also stressed and emphasized the importance of a language being deeply rooted in its cultural capital. And that indigenous languages, they become inseparable from its cultural capital, from the foundations of the nation that it's rebuilding. And I think the third most important, that it becomes a deep, deep part of our essence in terms of identity. Being able to send those three key things through the generations, intergenerationally, to our children, to our grandchildren, to our great-grandchildren. So they're not only rooted, literally rooted in the lands of their ancestors, that they stand tall, they know who they are, they can move across the planet as we have, as you have, and we are strong in our humility, and we are strong in the principles, the worldviews, and the perspectives of our ancestors. The wisdoms of our ancestors are carried by the phenomenal indigenous languages that is the essential vehicle to carry our thoughts. So how do we augment and nurture and deliberately and intentionally ensure that speaker communities in all our countries of our indigenous languages, they get the best conditions? They enjoy the best conditions where the language can thrive, be utilized in lots and lots of wild and bright and dynamic ways, epic ways. We've got children who have been born into the iPhone age. They speak a completely different language in Māori on text, by text. It challenges a generation like us and like me. It challenges my generation to understand that Te Reo Māori, as the indigenous language, official national language of New Zealand, is taking on also a slightly different face, because new generations are being exposed to new types of technologies. One of the immediate contests and challenges around conditions that allow champions, community champions and influencers to continue to be influential is that they must understand the diversity by which the different medium and modes of communicating Te Reo Māori is now taking place. So I think the conditions around a community is we must understand our community. We must understand who the champions and the leaders are inside those communities in order to even have a chance at accessing them, to be able to augment, to promote, and to inspire those communities back to their ancestral mother tongue. I think also when we drive down into actual learning situations, learning sessions around Te Reo Māori, on the floor, on the ground, in marae, in our hapu, in the iwi, in hapori, which may be non-iwi spaces where many of our people participate and interact. We have to find ways to be able to ensure that particularly those learners, a large portion of our learners at home, they are at what I call the pre-emergent, the emergent learning stage of Te Reo Māori. So it's absolutely essential that their condition is a safe one, it's a kind one, it's a compassionate one, and it's one that has a deep intuitive recognition of language trauma. That's all I have to share for now. Kia ora tātou.
Tēnā koutou, e tūana tēnei no Ngāti Pāhauera, Ngāti Kahungunu me Tātiawa ki te Pukotika, e tūana au I runga ngā mihi kua mihia kia koutou ngā iwi taketake o tēnei whenua. My turn to talk is very quickly about the, so what would we like to share with you? Can you click them all? Yep. And you'll see them popping up there. I'm going to start with unlock. If you could unlock the potential of your families, of what happens in the home. You have parents, we heard from Director Byung, you had parents, 50 men, 50 women. Are they learning the words to talk to their children? I had a friend who went to university for 4 years, honours degree in Te Reo Māori, but couldn't tell his son how to blow his nose. So what's the curriculum for the parents so they can talk to their children, learn it in the home? That's unlock the potential of the home. The second one is, how do you do that? You activate those language champions that Taina was talking about. Yesterday we met Avi and Vanau from who came to the elementary school. They bring energy, they bring fun, they bring people together, and it's the people together with the cultural practice and the language on the land. That's what we're aiming for. We're not aiming for words, we're not aiming for sounds, we're aiming for meaningful engagement on our land with each other. That's activate, language champions, immersion domains. It's a long game, so we need to have faith. It's a long way away. Many of us won't see the vision and the hopes that we have for our grandchildren. But if you know you have 1,000 avis, 1,000 language promotion people in the communities, if every whānau, if every family has one parent across this land, then you can see it's doable. We can do it. In the home and the work that CIP does and the educational sector, they do the big picture, they do the school, they do the signs, but that's normalization. What we need is naturalization. We need our language with our people, with our practices in our homes where it's natural. So it's a long game, and I'm just going to be very quick. Go to the next one. So when it's a long game, you need to plan really well. You cannot run a marathon in sprints. You will burn out. So you need to take your time. This is very apt. This is our new statement of intent for the next 3 years. We are aiming for intergenerational transmission, deliberate, connected communities, everybody speaking together for critical mass. We know, as one of the speakers said this morning, if you don't have a sense of self-determination, you can't drive your waka. Someone else is going to drive it for you. And we know that intergenerational transmission is the sustainable approach to returning us to who we are. So, get your paddle. Everybody needs a paddle, but more importantly, teach your children how to use the paddle in the waka, on the land. Ka pai. Mauri ora. We just got one little song we're going to sing. Shall I start it? Yep.
Toro mai toringa kia hariru tia toringa yafi pono yafi taku tinana. Awe
好，我们谢谢我们3位。
I'd like to thank the 3 speakers from Te Matawai. So from them, I think we see how they are actually setting a long-term goal from the Maori culture itself. And they are aware that it is a long-term, it's a long game. And now we will have Jiwas Bawan to give a short talk. Please. Good afternoon, everybody. Are you all fine? How are you? I am from Lusan village. My name is Jiwas Bawan. I'm really happy to come to here to learn from all of you. Kia ora. Hello, everybody. I am Jiwas Bawan. I am the Assistant Research Fellow from the National Academy for Educational Research. Okay, I'm trying to know how to use this pointer. Okay. So now this chart, I use this chart to make a comparison between New Zealand and Taiwan, some of the major incidents or treaty happening in the 2 countries. So you can see on the first column, 1840, the Maori signed the Treaty of Waitangi with the British government. You can just pay attention to the red words. And in the 1960s, this is when the Maori language revitalization movement sprouted. So before the British came to New Zealand, 100% of Maori people speak Maori. And then in 1975, they have a Waitangi Act, and then the Treaty of Waitangi Act, and the Waitangi Tribunal was established. So far, Taiwan hasn't had any big incidents. So this is something that is very different, because in New Zealand, they have the Treaty of Waitangi Act. So whenever they want to fight for their rights, they can trace back to this treaty. And this is something we lack in Taiwan. And then continue. In the late 1970s, Ta'alangi movement was initiated. And they also have a family development program, so that there are Maori community centers in urban areas, and this is where the Maori language started to revive. And in 1981, the first Maori university was established. The next year, in 1982, the first language nest was founded. And the language nest here is similar to what Taiwan is doing now, the immersive kindergarten and school. And in 1985, Maori primary schools were established. And then on the next page, here I emphasize more on school. So our 3 speakers talk a lot about communities, and I'm going to talk about they actually do this revitalization through school system, primary school, secondary school, and all the way to college. This is a very immersive kind of system. I think it is the key that Taiwan can learn. And later, here, you can see that in 1987, the Maori Language Act made Maori an official language. And then the Maori Language Commission was established. And also secondary schools were established. Okay, so now you started to see years and incidents in Taiwan. In 1988, there was a movement called Restore My Mother Tongue movement. Although it was initiated by the Hakka people, but the indigenous people also carry on their movement with this trend. And in 1996, we started to have the Indigenous Council, and then 2001, Indigenous language teaching was formally introduced into the school system. So we only started to have Indigenous language teaching since 2001, and it started from Taipei County. And for New Zealand, in 2004, the Maori University introduced doctoral programs. And after CIP was established, they have promote a lot of programs. So for example, in 2012, it initiated the Survival Plan for Endangered Indigenous Languages, and the next year, the Indigenous Language Nanny Care Support Program. And in 2017, the Indigenous Languages Development Act was promulgated. In 2018, we have a lot of efforts devoted in language revitalization. And in 2019, national languages now include indigenous language, and it is as part of the official curriculum. So I just want to raise some questions or some feedback. The first is that I think in New Zealand, it is a bottom-up approach, and then the Maori protest or movement is more like a combination of politics, culture, and languages together. And we wonder if it's possible to also use this bottom-up approach in Taiwan to really lead this movement by community leaders or influencers, because now in Taiwan it's more like an up to down approach. And then the second thing is that in New Zealand, Maori people have this kind of critical thinking and autonomy thinking. So here, if you think your language will die in the future 50 years, please raise your hand. In the next 50 years. So all of you are very confident? Okay, so our friends from New Zealand said that we need to have faith. Okay, it's good that you are confident, but we still need to put in the efforts that is required. So when I was hearing the presentation, I was quite surprised that the number of people, fluent Maori users, are actually declining. But they are very confident that they want to turn this number back to 25% in 2040. And there is another very special point in their slides, which says about starting from 2027, so all the way from like parents, children, grandchildren, and then the following generation. So I think it is like the opposite way from Taiwan, because in Taiwan, the most successful part that we are doing is preschool in kindergarten. So actually, it's completely different. But I agree with their approach, because most people who are fluent in indigenous languages are the elderly. Now we have elderly people teaching younger generation, and then the parents in between could not speak indigenous languages. So I think it's weird. And then indigenous languages family, I think, is another very important approach. It's called intergenerational transmission. So it's very important to have grandparents teaching parents and then the parents teaching children. So each generation need to pass down the language so that the whole family can speak in indigenous language.
And I think in Taiwan we also need a full curriculum for a complete system for immersion language learning. For example, in New Zealand, they have the Maori immersion program. Of course, they can choose to have the bilingual education or immersive Maori language education. Right. So in Taiwan, probably if we're talking about the so-called best practices, we can mention some immersive kindergarten indigenous language education. But for maybe primary school or elementary school, all the way up to junior high and high school, the higher the education system goes, the less and less hours they have. And also, in Taiwan, there's still one bill that's left hanging that is called the Indigenous Language School law. It's still not passed. So we really need to think hard for all these measures. And another idea or promotion by people is the tutor or master and apprentice system. I think that is also a good system. And because it is so vital and so good, and yeah, due to the interest of my time, I'll have to cut it short. Yeah, so that's it for now. Thank you, Jiwa Spawan, for using this timeline and some suggestions for things that we can do. And now maybe Ms. Bula from her experience to share with us.
Min ambuktu nampat patahutu hagashi mihumi-san se inakngahay tubandu pula minkinuan tengesha isingkauna.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much. I'm so honored and happy to be here to share with you my experience. Please enjoy our music. This is from the music of the Bunong tribe and also the Lalua tribe. You see that we're trying and working so hard to pass our cultural heritage and language onto the next generations. In our tribe, there are two main languages. We have Bunong and Lalua. And we value the development and promotion of the two languages. Once some scholars told us that the two languages are going to disappear. So we really try very hard to treasure them so as to protect them. So there are 7 areas that we set out for us to think and do to protect and revitalize the languages. So first of all, for our immersive education, we pay a lot of attention to this area. So we have Lalua Immersion Learning Kindergarten, where we teach the kids about the festivals and also to teach our kids and about the cultural aspects. And in 2019, we established this all indigenous language immersion language kindergarten. We're teaching the Bunong cultures to the kids. So we would like to enable the kids to feel and know that the tribe can be a classroom and a classroom is a tribe. So we hope that this promotion work. Can lead everybody to join forces together to preserve and also protect the language. So when we're teaching the kids, we're also thinking with them how we are really working to make the languages part of the culture and the society. If we really wanted to have some great solid foundation, we need the teachers to use all indigenous language, including Bunong and also Lalua, to teach. And there are 4 areas for what we're teaching. And all the teachers are required by us to join with us for the promotion of the language. So this is a way for us to pass our heritage onto the next generations. So the ratio for the teacher and the kid is 1 to 6. So for every 6 kids, there's 1 teacher teaching them. And we want people to see that we have, for example, here you see the bilingual theater. By bilingual, I mean Bunong and Lalua. So that's also a way for us to promote this immersive language education. So in the communities, you can see Bunong and Lalua. Both languages are presented in the documents, in the information sessions. For the elderly or the elder generation, some of them are not so fluent in their indigenous languages. But we all have this willingness to revitalize and promote the language. So together we show our kids and the younger generations how determined we are to pass on the languages. It's not just the schools, but also the communities and also associations and churches. All together, you can be a teacher, you can be a promoter, and you can take different roles to join. And also, we're promoting and encouraging certification for the language abilities, proficiencies, and also exams. We deeply feel our pride that we are promoting these 2 languages, Bunong and Lalua. I can say that I am proud of my languages. And this is a combination of this friendly environment with the combination of the language and the community and the cultures. So what we really value the most is people's willingness, even if they're not so fluent. So little by little together, we can work forces, we can join forces and make it powerful. Thank you, Bula, for a very fluent Bunong language presentation. So her 3 key points: number 1, to take deep root, and also number 2, to learn together for intergenerational, and also number 3, the joint identity. All right, so I think I appreciate the time that we have. About 2 questions are allowed. So if anyone would like to ask a question, please let us know. We will pass the microphone. Anyone? Or maybe on the stage, Nate, do you have anything to maybe respond or echo, anything to add?
Yeah, I guess to some of the thoughts that I heard from our panelists, thank you both. That was incredible. I would add a thought to what you shared on the autonomy, on that self-agency, and that kind of self-determined drive to learn language. Ultimately, policies are important for a restorative and for a redress purposes, as well as empowering us with resources to be able to do what we need to. But ultimately, the language and its revitalization, we think is the most important, that families lead that journey for themselves. And if that is our strong foundation, the connected communities and the whānau, our families and our kids, our grandparents and our parents, if that is our strong foundation, then even if what we're facing at the moment with some policy introduction to really counter all of the progress we've made, it won't have as much of an impact because the strong foundation is families loving, cherishing and learning their language. So no matter what policies may come against us, the strongest foundation is you. The strongest foundation is your families and what you do for your language. I'd add that thought. And then as well as that, there was a point made about like the direction of our statement of intent. Just a small thing is that those names across from Hawaii ki Tipuna, Hawaii ki Pakeke, Hawaii ki Taiohi, Hawaii ki Tamariki, Hawaii ki Mokopuna, those are our waypoints on the way to getting to that long-term goal of seeing 1 million speakers using our Indigenous language and community immersion domains, and 25% of our Māori children having Te Reo Māori as their first language. And you're right in saying that in terms of a strong foundation is having all of our teachers teaching in all Indigenous language across Taiwan. It is important. That is really, really important. And I know that a gentleman had a question earlier at the start of this forum after the first discussion, and he said we should be teaching these, and wanted to check the attitudes and the passion that some teachers actually have for Indigenous languages. And that shift is very important. That shift and that attitudinal shift is also really key to the revitalization of all Indigenous languages.
I just wanted to quickly add by saying thank you. Thank you. We're grateful for your analysis and your historical chronology of Taiwan progress as opposed to Aotearoa Māori progress. And I just want to reiterate and endorse Nate's comments about driving this thing into the heart of families, grandparents, parents, children, mokopuna. So we are also deliberately driving and building the a seamlessness in the progress of language naturalization, language revitalization. There's a seamlessness across at least 2 or 3 generations. Because if tomorrow your government decided, well, I'm going to take all the money off you and take all your resources away tomorrow, you will not be left bereft, wondering how you might sustain and maintain the intergenerational shift and drive in communities, because that will be firmly in the hands of families, 2 or 3 generations, because the mountains will not go away. The rivers will not go away. The forests will not go away. Those are the sources of where the language emanates and where it will be inspired. Money and resource that comes from government agencies and other kinds of departments, at best for us, we've learnt over 100 years that it is fickle. It's not reliable. It's the least reliable, but it's a necessary partnership we have to have because our children are entitled to dual citizenship in Aotearoa, New Zealand. And that's all part and parcel of the mana motuhake, or the authority that Indigenous peoples have in our land. But I wanted to thank you for that. And I thought it was a very insightful sharing, including our second speaker. Thank you for, we went out and saw your children in the school yesterday, and they were bright and they were vital and they had an energy that said that their language looks promising into the next century.
Okay, so I would like to thank the 3 speakers and 2 panelists for our panel discussion number 3. This ends the keynote discussion, and now we will invite all the speakers and panelists to receive a certificate of gratitude. So please just step forward so that it is safer.
Mengenang tahun mayau parishkaran ku tanangaustan. Muskunta mapasal mapinta masatu patasan.
非常谢谢我们的主持人、执行长，还有我们的3位的发表人，以及我们2位的语坛人，为我们这个场次带来非常丰富的分享。
Again, I would like to thank the 3 speakers and 2 panelists to share with you all of your insights and experiences. Now we will have the Deputy Chief Cho from our organizer to give the certificate. And then another round of applause to our speakers and panelists.
好，我们看向正前方。好，非常谢谢。那么在接下来进行。
And now we're going to have a tea break, but before that, we have mentioned in the morning that we have set up 3 exhibition area by ILRDF. So we'll have the chairman to come to the stage to briefly introduce the 3 exhibition area, and then you can go out to have some snacks and refreshments, and then you can take inside the venue to enjoy the refreshments and then see the exhibition at the same time. Okay, I just want to briefly introduce the 3 exhibition areas we have right now. So first, we will have the new media environment. It is displayed in our entrance hall. And then second, 15 language development offices has participated in our sustainable indigenous language friendly building. So this is the 3 exhibition area we have. So in the morning, maybe a lot of you have already visited it, but if you have not, feel free to visit it later. This exhibition showcases some of the efforts and results we have made in the past few years. So we have made a lot of efforts and measures, and actually the 16 language promotion offices really use a bottom-up approach. They communicate a lot with the villagers, and the elderlies, which is quite similar to what we have seen from the Maori community. And I also want to say that starting from this year, we have started the research using AI. This will assist us in the future in terms of translation and the documentation of indigenous languages. So these are the 3 display area. And we will have employee staff member standing by to give you further explanation. Okay, thank you, CEO, to give us an introduction. So now we will have a 30 minutes break. So please come back before 3:30. So please come back around 3:25. Thank you.
mà chuyện tách tại mặc tu cụ li mong mà chỉ còn con nun mà chỉ tuân kata cụ xa tan sun nu cha sa nu mas inam tu sing
年南岛语言
Welcome back to the 2024 Austronesian Languages Revitalization Forum. And this is the last session. That is the keynote report session, where we'll be presenting the achievements of Marshall Islands language revitalization efforts. So before we begin, we still have this review of our rules of procedures. So the presenter will have 30 minutes for the presentation. At 28 minutes, we will ring the bell once and also raise the board. And when it's 30 minutes sharp, we will ring the bell twice and also show you a board showing the time's up. And for the Q&A, we'll have 3 minutes for each and every question. So when it's 2, we'll ring the bell, and when it's 3 minutes, we will ring the bell twice. And please end your speech then. And now we will invite the moderator for this session, Mr. Chen Kun-shen, the Director General of the Department of Education and Culture, Council of Indigenous Peoples. And the presenter, also the speaker for this session, is from the Alela Museum, Raksin Karpen Vagauda. She's the Marshallese Language Revitalization Project Manager of the Alela Museum. And now, moderator, please. Good afternoon, my brothers and sisters. My name is Gazao. Thank you for joining us for this annual Austronesian Languages Revitalization Forum. And today, for this special session, we have a very good friend coming from afar, from Marshall Islands. So the speaker is going to share with us her experience and their experience for revitalizing their language. And personally, starting from 2011, I have been doing this related work. I remember at the time for the whole CIP, the whole council, the budget, total budget for a year was less than 100 million Taiwan dollars. But now, after more than 10 years, we have about 1.8 billion Taiwan dollars for a year for the budget. So you see the progress, and also you see a lot of sacrifice and contributions, dedications from so many people. And we also can see how much the country is valuing this area and how much budget they would like to allocate. And for not just indigenous languages, but also the national language, including Taiwanese language and so forth. So with this opportunity, I would like to express my gratitude and respect for all the people who are joining forces with us. And throughout the past few years, because of these forums, we were able to communicate and talk to different communities and our Austronesian families. And today, we have this special opportunity to learn from the Marshallese experience. We're especially honored today to have the speaker from the Alela Museum, Ms. Raksin, the Marshallese Language Revitalization Project Manager, to share with us her years of experience. And now a big round of applause to welcome Raksin.
Raksin, tuyo alabalabin lomalawin pajibik Hello and Yahweh everyone. My name is Roxine and I come from the Central Pacific Ocean of the Marshall Islands, indigenously known as Lolelabelep. I am here on behalf of the Alele Museum, Public Library and National Archives, where I work as a grant writer and digital media specialist, and I'm also a project manager for the Marshallese Language Revitalization Project. Before I continue on with sharing the results of the project, I would like to share a little bit of background information of Alele. It's not. So Alele is the National Museum, Public Library, and National Archives of the Marshall Islands. It was established in 1981, and it is under the Ministry of Culture and Internal Affairs. The overall mission of Alele is to promote lifelong learning through informational, technological, and cultural literacy for all age groups by providing various forms of information access via traditional means, such as printed documents, books, videos, digitized and online documents. The word alele is a traditional basket that was used by our ancestors to hold the most valuable belongings of a family. And traditionally, the eldest women of the family holds this basket and it passes down to the next female down the line. And although Alele is not really strong with fundings at the time being, but we have several services and activities that we provide for the community, and the Marshallese Language Revitalization Project is one of them. So in September of 2022, Alele had the pleasure of being invited to represent the Marshall Islands at the Austronesian Community Development Training that was hosted by the Taiwan Council of Indigenous People. And we were blessed to be among our brothers and sisters from the countries of Tuvalu and Palau to engage in trainings that included other indigenous communities in Taiwan, where they came and shared projects that they had implemented using the same community development funding provided by the CIP. Another part of the training was we were able to go to Taitung to visit indigenous communities and immerse ourselves in the way of life in the indigenous communities here in Taiwan. And we were also able to visit the National Prehistoric Museum, where we were able to tour the Austronesian Exhibition Hall. So to conclude the training, we were given training on how to prepare proposals and how to prepare budgets for the project proposals. So upon return to the Marshall Islands, we went ahead and drafted our proposal and submitted it, and then by February of 2023, we were granted a total of $30,000 US for the Marshallese Language Revitalization Project. The objectives and goals of the project: number one is to revitalize Marshallese language to its full capacity. That means to be able to speak, read, and write in Marshallese, as well as to be able to practice our oral traditions, such as chants, stories, and proverbs, and so much more. Nowadays, we see that individuals, especially the younger generations, are leaning more towards speaking English or mixing their Marshallese with their English. So with this objective, we aim to give people a chance to revive their language to their fullest capacity. The second objective being eliminating illiteracy in Marshallese. Some children, they are able to speak the language, although when it comes to writing and reading, they are unable to do so. And objective number 3 is to develop learning materials. That is, developing written and audiovisual materials, especially for children where they have the resources to learn their language. Objective 4 is to encourage the younger generations to be the next guardians of our oral traditions. So most of our younger generations, one of the reasons why they are reluctant to practice the language is because they are self-conscious, they fear a failure or being shamed for not being able to learn their language or speak their language. So this project provides a safe space for them to practice their rightful tradition. The way the project was implemented, we split it into 4 phases. The first one being an instructor's workshop. It was a 4-week training where 4 expert and cultural knowledge holders, they provided training for 6 youth instructors between the ages of 20 to 25. And the topics that they were taught was classroom management, alphabets and phonics, grammar, and Marshallese oral traditions. And on to the second phase was the Kubuj Pungiyo summer program, where the youth instructors taught the younger children between the ages of 8 to 12. They were taught alphabets, phonics, grammar, stories, traditional chants, proverbs, women's traditional titles, and the indigenous clans of the Marshall Islands and their origins. So chants, traditional chants were used by our ancestors as a way of channeling strength and guidance during many special occasions, as well as war, voyaging, fishing, even childbirth, labor for women, and much more rituals. And as a matrilineal society, we have titles bestowed upon women to signify the powerful station and place that women have in our society. The third phase was a showcase event that was put together for the families and the mentors and the collaborators and supporters of the summer program, and the children were able to share what they had learned during the program. And the final phase is the collection and development of learning materials. We were able to collect several learning materials that were used for the summer program, and we aim to continue on with developing written and audiovisual materials that can be shared for everyone to learn the language. The ways that we promoted the project was a publication of advertisements and contents on radio and social media. We also had feature presentation of Alele on Alele's weekly radio program. So each week, 2 children would be invited to share something that they would like to share, such as a chant, or they would share a story, or they would share a traditional proverb that they had learned during the week. And another way of promoting the project, we had several collaborations with organizations, one of them being the Canoes of the Marshall Islands, or Wanailangan Mayal. One of the stories that the children learned during the program was the origin of the first canoe sail. And another collaboration was with the Boler coconut processing factory, in reflection to another story that they had learned, which was the first coconut in the Marshall Islands, whose name was the Boler. Another collaboration that we had was with the National Nuclear Commission, where they were invited to share stories of the nuclear legacy of the Marshall Islands. Although it is not a traditional type of storytelling, but whether we like it or not, nuclear legacy is a part of our history. So as the people were telling stories, the children were asked to draw what they felt about the stories being told to them. And participation in national and community events. As I had previously stated, that chanting is a very special element in our traditions. So the children were asked to perform chants during national events, such as there was the Austronesian Forum that was held in the Marshall Islands last year, and then a triennial conference for Pacific women, and also the inaugural dinner of our newly elected president. So the budget allocation of a total of $30,000 within the duration of 1 year. The allocation was split within categories as listed here as staff salary, fuel, supplies, equipment, showcase expenses, food and beverages, and miscellaneous expenses such as communication costs, cellular data, call and text credits. And the organizational structure of the project and the staffing. So that at the top being the grantor of the project, the CIP, the executive director of Alele, 2 project managers, me being one of them, and 4 mentors that had taught the youth instructors, and 6 youth instructors that were allocated the different topics that were taught to the children. And we also had a bus driver. Some challenges that we faced was the insufficient classroom space. Alele does not have much space, and there was also a high demand of student registration requests. We had only limited it to 40 students, but there were more that wanted to put their children into the program. And also limitations with the focus area and age group. We had communities from the rural areas and other neighboring islands that had asked if we could bring the program to their communities, as well as the Marshallese communities in the USA had also asked the same request. And also limitations with age groups. We had especially college students who had come to ask if they could enroll in this type of program. And a reflection is that for something that we had just started for the first time, it really exceeded our expectations. We received positive end results and positive feedback. And it proved even more that the initiative is a very high necessity. For future outlook, with possible funding, we hope to continue the project and continue on with the next step of producing learning materials, especially for the children. We also hope to extend the services of the project to other focus areas and other age groups, and establish partnerships. The public school systems has mentioned that they would like to renew the Marshallese curriculum in their system, as it is very weak at the moment, and a partnership with the project is something that they would like to revisit when the time comes. And at this time, I would like to share a video that I had compiled, sharing the overall implementation of the project. So this is a transcription of a traditional chant that was recorded in the 1980s. This is lessons on alphabets, and phonics. These are lessons on grammar and sentence structure. These are lessons on traditional proverbs. This is a storytelling session. And these are lessons on the traditional chanting. These are lessons on the indigenous Marshallese clans and their origins. They were also engaging in extracurricular activities such as singing. So this song they're singing is the story of the first canoe sail. As they are riding the canoes, they were chanting traditional navigational chants. He's sharing the story of the origins of the first coconut. They are sharing chants that they had learned. Feedback from me, my son really struggles with speech in Marshallese. We have tried to teach him Marshallese, but he attends a private school where they usually encourage English speaking. My son has been attending this private school ever since he has started school until now. So now we try to teach him Marshallese, but it is somewhat difficult for him because he spends 8 hours a day, 5 days a week speaking English at school. The differences that I have seen, he can spell, he can speak Marshallese better, and I am very proud of him because he knows his clan name. He knows chants that are very important. Every time he recites chants to our family, and I know that his grandparents are very proud of him as well. So here are the improvements I've seen, and every time I always ask the instructors, how can this program continue on? It is a great program, especially for the younger generation. I think one of our challenges today is that we are starting to forget our language. This is one program that's very important for us in order to grasp onto our culture, and it should be a top priority, especially our Marshallese language. If we were to move overseas and speak other languages, our Marshallese language could still remain strong. As for alphabets and spelling, I myself struggled with understanding the concept. And if I were to take a test for it, I know that I would fail. So I am very proud to see that this is included in the lessons. I hope this program can continue on. I don't know how, but I'm ready to offer support in any way that I can. I am very happy because there is a program like this where my son can learn about his culture. We had just recently moved here from Hawaii last year, and I've always been wanting my son to learn of his identity and roots, and I believe that this program has helped him immensely. I see so many improvements he has made. We are so proud of our children. There's so much improvement I see with my daughter. My daughter used to attend a private school, and then when she transferred to a public school, the change of environment was so hard on her. She forgot English and she doesn't know Marshallese. She couldn't spell in English and Marshallese both. She has been attending a public school for 2 years, yet she still struggles with her Marshallese. Now she will not stop talking and sharing what she now knows, from the moment she comes home from the summer program until she falls asleep at night. She can read, she can chant, she knows the traditional titles of women, she knows her clan name and its origin, which I myself don't know. This program is really great, so I have a question. The rural area residents really want their kids to attend this program, but they struggle with transportation. If the program continues for a second round, can you please bring it to the rural communities? There are many kids from the rural areas that hear Marshallese every day, yet they still struggle with speaking it. And that concludes my sharing for today. Thank you. Komoltada.
好，非常谢谢我们 Rosine 经理的。
Thank you, Rosine, for your inspiring presentation. So from her presentation and from the video, I can feel that back in 2001, we started with a very limited project, very limited budget to start a lot of indigenous languages revitalization programs in different tribes and villages. So it was very difficult for us to ask the older and the middle-aged and the younger generation to come to the classroom to learn indigenous language. I think revitalization of such languages is a very long and difficult journey. So I think for Marshall Islands, they start from zero and they already made some positive results. I am really impressed that their goal is to comprehensively revitalize Marshallese. I think we should also set up this kind of ambitious goal in Taiwan as well. And she has mentioned that in the future, they hope to raise more funds so that they can continue with this project. So I would like to share this information with Ms. Roxine that if the Alela Museum wants to continue with this project, CIP will definitely continue to support you in the future. So that's open for Q&A session. Is there any questions or feedback or comments for Ms. Roxine from our audience?
有没有要再来跟大家做一些互动的？哦，来这边请。
Any questions from the floor? Yes. Yes, I would like to ask about the teaching process. So when the teachers are teaching, then how do you find the so-called qualified teachers?
Instructors that we had recruited to be the instructors for the program, we recruited ones that were they were majoring in education and Marshallese studies at the College of the Marshall Islands.
All
right, this speaker in the back.
大家好，我是
So my name is Vali, and I have this question about in Marshall Islands. I know there's a research university and also language revitalization institutions, right? So I'm really curious and wondering why this program belongs to a museum, right? Or so do people have some special expectations, or maybe this is bringing new possibilities for a museum or language revitalization itself? Thank you.
We have a Marshallese Language Commission, but at the moment they are not really engaged in education for the community. And one of the mission statements of Alele is to not only preserve artifacts and cultural knowledge, but we are very big on implementing education, cultural education to the communities. So we decided that no one was doing this kind of initiative, which also involves not only alphabet and grammar, but also our other rich oral traditions. So we took upon the initiative to implement it to the communities. And we had actually partnered with the Language Commission. They were one of the mentors that taught the youth instructors. Not only with the Language Commission, but with the Cultural and Historic Preservation Office, with the public school systems, as well as the Marshallese Studies Department at the College of the Marshall Islands.
Kia ora. Kia ora. Roxine, thank you for that. That was a riveting presentation. I had a key question on my mind always throughout the course of the duration of your presentation, and that was, I'm very interested in number one, where you find the language is taking root and expressing itself in its strongest form, across which demographic, the younger generation, the parents, the grandparents. I was quite keen to understand what that spread is. That's part A of my first question.
Okay, so when we first implemented the program, the project, we received feedback from the older generations that we don't really need this kind of project because we are doing well in language, but they're not really looking into the younger generation. I think that's the issue is with the younger generation. They are the ones that are weaning off of practicing the language. So they are the main focus of this project and its goals. Because although the older generations are still practicing their language, it is the youth and the younger generations that are needing this kind of help before it's too late.
好，谢谢。还有吗？还有没有朋友们要进一步来做一个讨论的？
Do you have any additional questions? Yes.
Thank you, Rasim, for your presentation. I'm just curious about what you mentioned, that you don't have enough space to carry on the teaching, and what is your plan to solve this problem?
So as I had mentioned before, that we have had conversations with the public school system. They have also stated that they are also happy to provide classroom space should we continue the project, and they would be happy to provide a classroom space where we can conduct the summer program.
Oh, Nate.
Thank you, moderator, for giving me the opportunity, and I want to thank the organizers of this meeting for putting together a very important forum where we can come together and learn from each other. We all have the same desire. We're all keen on ensuring that we can preserve our traditional and indigenous language and culture, and this is my first time participating in this forum, and I appreciated the opportunity to learn from each other, to see we're all at different stages in our efforts to preserve our language, and it's a good learning session. The Republic of the Marshall Islands is very keen on ensuring that we can continue to preserve our indigenous way of life, our indigenous, and preserving language is critical to that overall endeavor to ensure that we can continue to live as Marshallese today like we did 100 or millennia years ago. So I think this is something that we all share in common. And I think and I want to also congratulate Roxanne. I'm very proud of you. Ilgun naman presentation niya, ilgun komol kanam kamane. I'm very proud of her, and I'm very proud of. We are all passionate about who we are. As indigenous people, and as a Marshallese, I'm very moved to see a young Marshallese woman who shares the same passion and is proud of where she comes from. Even though we're small dots in the grand scale of things, we add beauty to the world because we have our own unique language, and we have our own unique culture. And I think our culture and our uniqueness and our collective knowledges and our way of life and culture, we bring beauty to this world. And it's very important that we continue to work hand in hand to preserve and promote the preservation of our indigenous way of life, language being one of them. I think what has happened in the Marshall Islands is that with colonization, as we all understand, and people coming and telling us, and I think the story was told by my brothers and sisters from New Zealand or other places where they came and said, your way of educating your children is not the right way, and the language in which you educate your children is not the right language. So there was a movement where we encouraged our students, and I went to school and I was encouraged. Actually, I was punished whenever I spoke my indigenous language inside the campus. And I think over the years we've realized that we cannot continue to maintain our identity if we don't have language. because if you cannot speak your language, you cannot identify what clan you're from. And so there is a big movement to try to encourage. And as Roxanne said, and I think the question came up, what is the language like? The older generation, they speak it proficiently. They can do the chants. It's us, and we can speak Marshallese on a day-to-day basis, basic words. It's the chants, the important legends. These are the things that, and the younger generation, and there, like she mentioned, the erosion. I think there was mention about erosion of language. Our students are inventing new words, and so we're not speaking proper Marshallese, and this is where these types of projects are very important, and these types of forums are very important. And I want to congratulate the conveners of this meeting, and also to thank, on behalf of the government and the people of the Marshall Islands, the Council of Indigenous People, for their support towards these types of projects. I know they may be considered small, but I think they're important in our overall effort to ensure that we can revitalize or preserve language and culture in our different societies. Sorry for go over time. Thank you.
好，谢谢大使哦。
Thank you so much, Ambassador. I would like to share with you that today, many of us here, we were all once punished for speaking our own native language. So we share the experience. All right, so anyone who would like to still have any questions or experience sharing with Roxine? If not, then, well, maybe Roxine, for the last time that we have, anything you'd like to add or share with everyone?
To just continue clarifying what Kubut Bungiyo means, which was the name of the summer program. So a bungi is a necklace that is traditionally worn by a chief, and it is kind of heavy, and it signifies the heavy duty and responsibility that is bestowed upon a chief once he is born into this world. So when we chose this name, Kubut Bungiyo, Kubut means to dig. So in reflection to that, we continue to uphold the bungi so we don't lose it. Otherwise, we will keep digging and we won't be able to find it. So as for now, we try to uphold the bungi before we cannot get a hold of it anymore. That's all. Thank you. Komoltada.
好，谢谢后，谢谢。
Thank you. Thank you. This morning, we have the former village chief, Mr. Du. He said something that really touched me deeply. It's very important. He said the revitalization work is actually testing an ethnicity. And he said we just need to look at the fluency rate for a population. I think it's cruel, but it's true. Because if you have a lot of budget, but you don't have a lot of fluent speakers, then we can see a lot of things from that, right? So that concludes this session. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, moderator, for this session. And also, Roxine, please move to the center for the stage. We'd like to present this certificate of gratitude. So with this session, we see that not just in Taiwan, for indigenous language, Austronesian language is gift to the world. It's really touching. So to the camera in the center, a round of applause from everyone. Thank you. Let us applaud and work hard for our indigenous language. Please be seated. Thank you very much. So for now, we are about to proceed to the closing ceremony. So I'll invite the chair to say a few words to us. And also, I would like to invite all the guests and we will present the Amis tribe's aluvu to show and say thank you. And also we'll have the wine in the hand to show gratitude. Now the chair, please.
Dan kinung hai na makasay nun siya mayap pangskadan masay mas itu Amis tu aluvu.
来，我们给以欣。
Let us also give a round of applause to Yixing, our trainee MC.
Away ko paharkan. Ira ko ka sa language.
From what we heard from the elders and the presenters, we know that languages has no end. So for sun, the sun will come up and then will come down. So even though we have met a lot of obstacles, so from the morning session and then till the presentation we just heard from the Marshall Islands, we are all, I believe we are all very touched and have a lot of feelings, and we should carry on this responsibility together and then just go forward. And during this process, we actually achieve an agreement, an MOU with our New Zealand participants. We will continue to work hard together and moving forward together. So I would like to have our 4 foreign guests to come to the stage again. Please come to the stage. So that's thank our 4 foreign guests by giving our Amis anuvu to them.
Sarigaga mapulong alufu.
This anuvu has a legend. It's called, it represents love in the younger generation. But in my generation, it represents the bravery of soldiers. So I would like to hand this to Nate. I'll put it on your shoulder.
The thing, it's good gift. Okay, 好，来好，my sister. Okay, Tiana, 来。Yeah, no, sorry. Okay, yeah. Okay, 好，来。
右上左下。
啊，有，OK， 有 ，OK， 哎 ，That's right， 这边嘛哈 ，OK，It's right，change way，right，yeah，right，OK， 好 ，OK，alright，OK， 好 ，right，OK，thank you。那个你们红衣。好，红衣。Thank you， OK， 好。OK， 好，来。
好，在我们的阿鲁布的佩戴完成之后呢，我们董
After our guests all received and wear the aruvu, now we are going to provide the liquor to send our gratitude.
Right? Is.
We hope that after today's forum, we can just continue to swim like a fish, like a canoe. It will continue to move forward, it will not stop, and it will not stop with grief. So you can use your own language to say, I am willing to do it, and then just put the liquor back to this barrel here. Just give us good wishes.
Ned is first. Okay.
Away maaraw iray do kapit zroh no lalumaan tutulungay sa kang ainurakat sa kang aino taya no niyam sa inay kopi patake no tuas.
Now I have already gathered all the alcohol back in my barrel, and we will dance and sing together to get the good wishes and good luck from our God as well.
腹里面，然后放在我们的情人袋里头。
我们请起立，好，请起立，我们手牵手绕一圈，表达我们对这个仪式 MOU 的支持。好。
Namaskun pasi ala ululi itu amis pasi daubu.
Hoyan, hoyan, hoyan.
在歌声的当中，我们也可以一起手牵手来围舞。
So please join us for the singing and the dancing. So hand in hand. It just means solidarity and people coming together to revitalize our languages.
会唱的，我们一起来哦。
Join us. If you know the tune, sing with us.
希望我们的眼前是圆满的。호얀 호아이예얀 호아이얀 호하얀 이야 호하얀 아힌 이예얀 아힌 이예얀 호하얀 来主任我是干嘛 호아이예얀 호아이얀 빙과 대 이야 호하얀 아힌 이예얀 아힌 이예얀 호하얀 再一次来 호얀 호아이예얀 호하얀 호하얀 联谊会出来 호하얀 아힌 이예얀 阿曼接上手 이예얀 호하얀 호아이예얀 호아얀 호하얀 이야 호하얀 호인 이예얀 호인 이예얀 호하얀 호얀 호아이예얀 호아얀 호하얀 이야 호하얀 호인 이예얀 호인 이예얀 호하얀 再一点好要补上 호아이예얀 호아얀 호하얀 이야 호하얀 호인 이예얀 호인 이예얀 호하얀 最后一次来 호얀 호아이예얀 호아얀 호하얀 이야 호하얀 아힌 이예얀 아힌 이예얀 호하얀 호아이예얀 호아얀 호하얀 이야 호하얀 호인 이예얀 호인 이예얀 호하얀 호얀 호아이예얀 호하얀 호하얀 이야 호하얀 호인 이예얀 호인 이예얀 호하얀 我们全部手举起来，然后留下镜头。50年以后，那50年以后，计划出为我们50年后，我们还会继续做。好。
we will still continue to do this after 50 years. Together, yay!
好，谢谢，我们一起攻。好 ，Thank you。
再次谢谢我们。
Once again, thank you everyone for your participation. That concludes our forum this year. We wish you great health and thank you very much, everyone, including the ones watching online. I'm Banai. Thank you. We'll see you next year.
我们就来。
好，在这里呢，要提醒我们现场所有的嘉宾，如果你有借用口。